Special Operations, Covert Ops, Espionage, The Team House, with your hosts, Jack Murphy and David Park.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to episode 205 of The Team House. I'm Jack Murphy here with David Park, and our guest on tonight's show is the author of Soldier Secretary, Christopher Miller. Chris served in Special Forces, went on to serve in ASD Solic. Well, people don't even know what that office is.
Yeah, everybody's like, what the hell is that?
But we'll get into the weeds on it.
Me being one of them. I. What's correct? I or me?
Either is acceptable. Okay. And Chris, of course, went on to become acting Secretary of Defense. So, I mean, you had this like amazing career, rise through the bureaucracy in so many ways.
It is a bureaucracy. That's a really good description.
Well,
I would say hacked the bureaucracy.
Especially when you get to the Pentagon level that you talk about in your book.
Did you think the book was equivalent of Grant's memoirs, kind of on that scale? What do you think, Jack?
I haven't read Grant's memoirs.
What? They say those are the best memoirs ever written by a military officer. It's not. Don't worry. Don't worry. I was just trying to you're a historian, man.
I'm going to go
Dave,
out on a limb.
what do you got?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it was better than Grant's memoirs.
Man, that's why you guys have the most popular podcast in national security right there.
Sweat
Right
Kiss
there.
an ass.
It works.
No, I did enjoy the book.
Did you get a laugh out of it?
I got a laugh out of key moments in it. Yes, absolutely. Some very self-effacing stories of a young Special Forces officer.
Trying to figure it out, man.
Yeah. We were talking before the show about War Story, Jim Morris's book. It's like the classic Special Forces.
When did you?
memoir.
How old were you when you read it the first time?
I was in fifth group when I read it for the first
You
time.
did?
Yeah, and I thought it was.
I was too.
I told Jim about it. I was like, Jim, you could take your book and just replace the word Vietnam with Iraq and the word, communist with terrorist, and it's like pretty much the same thing. It's very similar.
We learned no lessons, my friend.
Yeah.
Did I say that out loud?
Yeah. So, Chris, I want to get into the book.
Oh, no. Before we start, you're not going to give a shout out to Dimitri?
Oh, son of a
who is
bitch.
literally
You had to call me on that.
2 years in. He's the power behind the throne, and he keeps this circus on
King
time.
of the castle.
If it wasn't for him, we'd still be BSing and talking trash.
And we'd still be in a super low rent studio with like a white cloth behind us. And
I didn't want to go there.
Yeah.
But so, can I give a shout out to my friends who made me drive from
4
Washington,
hours from
D.C. up
DC?
here?
Yeah.
Because, there were a couple reasons why. One was when I got your instructions for how to Zoom call in, I was like, I don't know how to do half the things that you said, like lighting. There was like being a soundproof. I'm like, my office is my basement. The dog's going to run in. Kids are going to be screaming. And then the thing that got me was you need to have an HDMI cable to attach to your router.
an Ethernet cable.
This is why I drove up, my friend, because I was like, well, I'm going to spend all day rigging my Zoom studio. I'll just drive up. And then I got some really good friends, Joe Tonin, Andrew Cote, and Joe Francescan were like, you're going on the Team Room? That's the best podcast. I was like, yeah, I've heard that. They're like, you have to go. You can't do this Zoom call. So I drove my ass up 95. Delaware Memorial Bridge was a breeze. I didn't sit.
And then the Jersey Turnpike.
Oh, my gosh. For you, all right, this is my last public appearance for hustling the book. Save the best for last.
There you go.
Best for last.
You guys heard it here
Just
first.
saying. Now, final point. I got to talk to you. Is my wife's car safe out there?
Maybe.
Dude.
A strong maybe.
So, I finally had enough money to buy a car for me, because in the past, my wife picked the car, Honda minivans, Odysseys, the routine when you have kids. So I'm finally making a few shekels now. Bought a car. You know what happened to the car 2 weeks ago? Yes, I crashed it. My new car, I crashed. So we got this rental thing now. And I said, honey, what car do you want me to take? She said, take my car. She said, I have one request. Park it in a safe spot. you guys,
This is
if
New
this
York.
goes bad, this whole house of cards crumbles. And you guys are just up in Brooklyn laughing while I'm standing out there. But I do like the NYPD's right down the street, man.
She'll have you dressed down on the front lawn.
You should be okay. You
Okay.
should be okay.
Yeah.
I've left my car here over the weekend and no problem so far.
Well, you got the precinct 90, right?
My car?
No, NYPD's
Yeah,
right down there.
oh,
I thought about
but they
parking.
don't care. Like,
They don't care if cars get like.
Up on cinder blocks? Yeah, you might be on your own.
Yeah.
All right.
we'll
All right,
check it out.
fellas.
Look,
All right, fellas.
if things go bad, we'll get you an Uber home tonight.
Oh, okay.
To DC.
Yeah.
That'll be and I'm sure I'll get a talk.
I would have offered an Amtrak ticket myself, but
And could you see I get a talkative Uber driver? Like for 4 hours and 15 minutes, we just talk. It would be great. And after this episode,
Yeah.
that'll be fun. All right, sorry, man.
So-
I took
so
you
yes.
off script.
No,
I
that's
took you off
okay.
script.
And it is Dee's like
to make
2-year anniversary.
so that D doesn't assassinate me, please like and subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 100 subscriptions on the channel. 100,000, thank you. And there is a link.
You only got 100 subscriptions, and I drove my ass all the way up here for. No, I'm just
This is
kidding.
the real
we're
House of
hoping to break
Cards.
150 tonight with you. So
And there's
Not gonna
there's a
work.
link to our Patreon in the description if you want to get these episodes ad free. Thank you. So, Soldier Secretary, your memoir of your life, well, the life and times of Chris Miller.
No, it's not complete because they only paid for 70,000 words. So how many words do you think we delivered? 70,000. So it's very truncated.
So
we
how
can't
do we
wait
get-
for
how
the
do we get the
director's
rest?
cut. We can't wait for the director's cut.
Yeah, exactly.
So, start with your origin story, Chris. Tell us about how you grew up and what was that path that took you towards military
Did you see what I'm
service.
wearing?
Iowa wrestling.
Right.
Yeah.
Kid from Iowa. Actually, I was born in Platteville, Wisconsin. Does anybody care?
Where's Wisconsin?
Platteville, Wisconsin. The Mountaineers or the Miners? I think they're the Miners. Grew up in the Midwest. And my dad, Korean War veteran, got drafted, farmer, got drafted. And then it's the quintessential. How many people have you had on this show that talk about my uncles were all World War II veterans? I
Playing with G.I. Joes in the backyard.
the whole. So Gary Harrington you had on a while ago. I watched the episode in the drive. No, I didn't watch. I listened. I was driving. I was not watching while I was driving. I just want to be clear about that.
And you wrecked your car.
I hope my wife's not watching. So, Gary, it was really telling. He said this basically told the same story. He's a little older than I am, but same story. Raised by Greatest Generation. It was hilarious because my dad was younger, so he didn't go to World War II. He got like the second,
Right.
Korea War, the Forgotten War, which
Right.
it really is. So you would sit around at family reunions, and what happened? Did this happen in your family, where they start talking about the war? Or you guys are younger.
No,
than I am.
my folks were not in the military, but grew up around older folks who were in World War II. And yeah, around like Christmas time, they start telling all of a sudden stories about D-Day come out, and it's like getting your foot blown off by a Nazi tank. It's like, what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like crazy stuff.
Yeah, same experience. And then I was born in '65. Vietnam War's going on. In those days, you had 3 TV channels. And when my dad came home from work, he was a cop. He sat in the Barca Lounger. And the old man, I'm watching Hickory Hollow, whatever, on PBS because there are no cartoons or anything. You get like the one VHF station out of Philadelphia or something. We were living in Delaware. And, my dad came home, not like my kids who have watch whatever you want. There are 4,000 channels, and I just, the different parenting style. So the old man sat down, and guess what he turned on? Well, I was the channel changer.
Right.
CBS News, Walter Cronkite. I'm not making this up. And guess what? Every night, I didn't want to do homework, so I'll sit here and watch the news. So I kind of was weirded out by you're seeing the Vietnam War stream live, and you're like, wow, man, that's how that stuff works. And my dad was a civil servant, a public servant, and he was always like, there's inherent dignity in service. And you roll your eyes, but you hear it enough, and you see his example. So I just figured, I guess this is the family business. We do public service and the military. All right, like you had the same thing. Like, I'm going to go give this thing a try.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Just like, got to serve. It's expected. Family thing. We're not a military family. My dad, like I said, got drafted. Fled Germany in 1848, draft dodgers. I come from a family of draft dodgers and shirkers, which I think is ironic beyond belief, right?
Right.
What about you guys? Why'd you decide to suit up?
Well, I was telling you before the show, I was in my senior year of high school when 9/11 happened. So, and I was already thinking about the military. And so now it's like, there's a war on,
Yeah. You had to serve.
That like youthful thirst for adventure, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely part of it, right?
I like to blow myself up as I did this like noble thing after 9/11.
No, you're looking for...
But I was looking for adventure too,
Same.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah, what misguided youth did we have? It was the same thing. What about you, Dave?
I like the military. I didn't really think I'd be going into it, but I like the A-Team and all the popular shows that were on at the time. And
I wasn't a MacGyver fan. I'm sorry. Are we going to get bad press on that?
I watched MacGyver at my grandpa's house after church every Sunday.
Really?
That was my entry into MacGyver, yeah.
So Mr. T and the A-Team, that got you going, Dave?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm joining up.
Absolutely. Well, but no, I was 19 when I joined. Like, I was bored. I was like working a job and I was bored and I was like, I need to do something. Like, what am I going to do? And then I thought,
You're down in Wichita.
No, I was out in California, actually. I moved out to California like 3 days
I had a
after
vision
high
of you in Wichita working at like the Cessna factory. Don't they make planes in Wichita?
Yeah, Cessna, Boeing. I think because of the wind conditions and whatnot, they do a lot of manufacturing out there.
It's a pretty typical story, right?
Yeah.
Small,
Yeah.
Let's give it a whirl. And
smallish city. Yeah.
Let's
give it a shot. Let's see
what
happens.
really appealed to me about the military? Didn't matter family background, race, color, creed, sexual orientation, blah, 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 figure all that stuff. Didn't matter what kind of car you drove. Didn't matter how much money you had. It was all it was the ultimate meritocracy, right? And remember, fellas, come on. It's not that hard in the Army. So, either of you ever get Article 15s?
Yes, sir.
You did?
Yeah.
What?
Late to a formation.
So, you'd have these young kids come in, and they're kids. They're soldiers, but they're kids. And I'd say, what do you have to do to be successful in the Army? And it'd be so cute. They're all at attention in front of you. And they think about it. I said, just relax. Think about it a moment. They're like, be at the right place at the right time in the right uniform. And I'm like, that's all it takes to be successful. And you can't, Jack, you couldn't even do that?
I was a work in progress. I was a leadership challenge.
What did you get? You got suspended pay, 14 days extra duty.
I got 14 and 14. Restriction and extra duty. They
didn't take
pay. No.
They suspended that, meaning if you got in trouble again, they're like, "Oh, you're fixing to pay us."
Well, if I got in trouble, I'm pretty positive they would have kicked me out of the Ranger Regiment. But I was lucky to dodge that bullet.
So, company commander gave you your Article 15.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you late to formation?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, no, it's pretty stupid. I was a new private. And I didn't have a cell phone or a pager or anything like that, so I was just out bebopping around on a weekend, and
they did a recall.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah,
that's some weak leadership.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you didn't give me a pager.
Yeah,
those were the days with a pager, man.
It was right on the cusp. We're talking 2002, right? So people were getting flip phones at that point.
Yeah.
Or you could play Snake on them.
Oh yeah,
they all had Snake.
I just got rid of my flip phone. Like, I kept the flip phone way longer than needed. I thought it was kind of cute. A lot of embarrassed family members. Dad, I got an iPhone now. We're not doing brand.
Did you keep it on a
We're not doing brand placement, are we?
Not unless we get
Not
paid
unless
for
we get
it.
paid.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Or it's Lefroy. We'll do Lefroy all day long.
And interrupt whenever you have to do a shout out to our sponsors.
We will. We do have a sponsor somewhere in this thing that D will yell at me about.
I think D's yelling now.
Is he?
Is that what that light is,
No.
D? No.
No, he's not yelling. He'll get there. So you get into the military. Like, what did you come into the military to do?
I'm 17. I'm in Iowa City, Iowa. Iowa Hawkeyes wrestling. Dan Gable, for your listeners, greatest American athlete ever. Well, Jim Brown maybe. Jim Brown was pretty good playing lacrosse. Not a bad football player. Actor, so. And I just had this, like, probably read too many books. We're still reading then, right? Only 3 TV channels, remember? My dad was watching it when he was at home. Read a lot. So I got this like fever dream that I just had to get out of that town. That small town was holding me back. Complete bullshit, right? But nonetheless, I created this. I'm like, I'm going to go join the Army. Go down to the recruiter, and I'm ready to join the Army. They're like, you're 17, you can't join. What? Went back, got my parents to sign off. I joined the Army Reserve 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks during, you were in 19th group. Started out that way because I was already going to college. So between my senior year of high school, my first year of college, I went to basic training at Fort Benning. And, got a little taste of the Army at that point. And like I was saying, I just kind of came to this weird conclusion. Like my mom's like really, really tough, like insanely tough. And I kind of learned I'm kind of really stupid and have an ability to take a lot of pain and suffering. And I was like, that's kind of the Army, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Sacrifice
I got
your
this.
body for the cause.
Yeah, where everybody be complaining like it's raining. I was like, who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so did that, and then ended up in D.C. I went to George Washington University because I had to get out of Iowa City, university town, Hawkeyes. Wow, I'm getting covered with soot. This is great. And then, applied for an ROTC scholarship. Like, that's kind of a good gig, right?
Yeah.
Got one, and went to ROTC Reserve Officer Training Corps and got commissioned. I ended up transferring to the District of Columbia National Guard, military police. I was a cop.
Got some authority.
Family business. My dad was a cop. I'm going into family business. It was the only thing they had in D.C. I was in college. I had no transportation, so I had to be able to walk to the armory, which was at, you guys know D.C. It was it was Anacostia Naval Air Station, Bowling Air Force Base. They were separate then. And I'm in college. I would put on my, then it was BDUs, they weren't ACUs. And I would get up at 5:30, 6 in the morning on Saturday morning, and I would walk 4 miles through Southeast Washington, D.C., over the bridge. Yeah, man. It's got a motorcycle the next year. So that's kind of the creation story of going into the
Chris
machine.
Miller. So we got to give a shout out to our sponsor, Silent. Silent makes a bunch of Faraday bags that we have here in the studio somewhere, usually to show off. So they make different sizes, like for your cell phone, for your tablet, for your laptop. You can wear them as backpacks, waterproof bags. And what they do is they stop signals from emitting from the bag if you wanted to go dark, for you spooky characters out there. Or likewise,
let's see this kit, man.
You want to stop people from stealing your data, you can use one of these bags.
I have the small one that I use my cell phone when I'm traveling overseas.
Yep.
We could talk cell phones all day. You've got a background in signal intelligence. How come the bag's great?
Yes.
Like, I love it.
Yes.
Like, I take it, and it's so perfect because you can put it in your carry-on.
Yeah.
It's ideally, I don't have the bigger ones. I can't afford them. No.
Maybe we can hook you up with one of those. So go to slnt.com. That's slnt.com, and use the promo code TEAMHOUSE. Promo code TEAMHOUSE to get 10% off your order.
You want it? You want to know what I like about them too? They don't spam you. Like, you will get every once in a while you get an email, but it's not like some of those where you get like every 35 seconds you get
Right.
spammed. They're totally legit, and I'm not getting paid by them. I'm just telling you, I use their product.
That's
dude.
awesome to hear.
Yeah.
No, that's really cool. So go check them out. Help support the show. We appreciate it. And so the next stop for you was you land in Korea, and sounds like you had a pretty good time there. But then the next assignment was leads to a lot of like self-loathing and introspective moments when you're back in DC.
So I wanted to go to Korea. Why? Because at that time there's no war going on.
Right.
This sounds so insane, but you guys can appreciate it. A lot of our listeners can too. Like, I want to go where the action is.
Right.
Don't know what happened to me. I don't know what kind of genetic disorder I have that created that desire. But you're like, okay, if we're going to do this, you want to go do the job. And so I took Korean in college to learn that. I wasn't very good at it. And you know where I got assigned? Germany.
That's right. You had to trade with a friend.
And so my buddy, Rolf Glessner, I haven't talked to him in 30-something years. Rolf, if you're listening, thanks. He got his degree in German history.
Yeah.
And he was going to Korea. I'm like, hey, is that not the classic Army story?
It's how it works, right?
Is that the classic Army story?
Needs of the Army, yeah.
And I mean, in those days, it was the 1st Battalion 506 Infantry, which was legendary, and that was the time Band of Brothers came out. So I'm going to that unit, and it's at the time it was so motivating. The most forward deployed infantry battalion in the free world. Come on, man! Like, you got to love that, right?
Right.
And we were right there in the DMZ at Camp Greaves, and that's where I learned the business. It's just fellas, like unbelievable NCOs. It was just like the renaissance of the armies going on, where I think it was they would have the year of the NCO, and then they had the year of Army education, and the Army is rebuilding after Vietnam. And I don't really appreciate it at the time. I do now, but it was just such a vital time. So much energy,
And you guys,
creativity.
You guys were doing like actual patrols on the DMZ too, which
in those days, you guys can laugh about it now, but in those days, you didn't carry there was only one place in the world you carried live ammunition, and that was 3 months you would be on the DMZ mission, and you would patrol. You would do your patrols and all this stuff, and they counted every single bullet. You got a basic load, right? You got 7 magazines, and the executive officer for the company, the 2IC, responsible for logistics, he had to count every bullet each time.
Wow.
Can you imagine? And think about where we were. Like,
They're worried
then we go to war,
Yeah.
and it's like, here you go. I got a funny Gary Harrington story too about Afghanistan.
Okay.
When we get going
Okay, I
to
wanna
that
hear it.
point. But yeah, so that was really the place where, you could learn your business. And remember, it's 7 days a week.
Yeah.
We got one. You would get off work Saturday afternoon, and then you had to be back Sunday night, and then it was just game on. It was like insane stupidity beyond all human understanding, but you were working. You were just working, learning your craft, man, and it was, it's a place to do it.
Yeah.
Then.
And so what happened after that tour when you got sent down to DC?
Well, I'd met this phenomenal woman in college, and I proposed to her at mid-tour leave. She came to the DMZ on Thanksgiving Day. And remember what we do in the Army, officers get behind the line and serve chow, right? Mm-hmm. Wearing our crappy dress blues, the like polyester ones. And that was the day I proposed to her, and she goes, so I was getting married. It's coming out. At the time, I talked about the Renaissance of the Army. There was this guy, General Thurman, Maxwell Thurman, who was in charge of professionalizing, reinvigorating training. And they changed the rules when I got there to Korea. Usually when you came out of Korea, you were able to get your assignment of choice. You could pick any place, like, I'm going to go to the 82nd Airborne Division, something like that. And of course, at that time, Thurman comes in, realizes he needs talent, changes the rules. I'm in there, and they're like, oh, no, assignment of choice to any training, basic training company. And I thought, so I was like, okay, I guess those are the rules. I was going to go to the Air Defense Artillery School. I think that's Fort Bliss, because I never had been to Mexico. So I was like, that'll be fun. I'll go there and then be able to go to Mexico, Juarez, whatever. And then I was like, I probably need to do something else. That's going to be a horrible. I did not join the Army to train new soldiers. So the Old Guard, which is the Army ceremonial unit, Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, buries people, ceremonies at the White House. My battalion commander, who I talk about in the book, Mitchell Zais, who comes from a legendary family. The Zais family is military royalty, right? He's my battalion commander. His brother's taking over the Old Guard, the 3rd United States Infantry, the Old Guard, the oldest regiment in the Army, which is a ceremonial unit. They have horses, you know, all that crap, caissons. And so he made a call. You want to know why I got in there, though? 6'4". I was a slender 210. They call that unit the postcard, right? Right?
Is it 6 foot? What's the minimum height to get in there?
Well, it depends on your rank. The higher rank you go, the shorter you can be.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because one of our regimental commanders was Joe Hunt, legendary. He was the 3rd Ranger Battalion commander in Panama.
Oh, okay.
You're a 3rd Ranger Battalion guy, right?
A little bit after that.
But after, but no, I like legacy.
Yeah.
And Joe Hunt had served in Vietnam as an advisor and had the Vietnamese airborne, and had made a name for himself as warrior par excellence, right? And so he was much shorter, but he was allowed to because
he wasn't public facing.
He's the guy who's with the president. The other day when the president was on, who was here? The guy from South Korea, though. So yeah, man, I go to the Old Guard. You know what my job was?
What?
I had a platoon, and there's this ceremony, they still do it, called Twilight Tattoo. And it's a parade, I think it was like every Wednesday night, right by the White House on the Ellipse. And it's for tourists to come visit, and then they bring out senators, Congress people, all that stuff, right? The platoon, I was a platoon leader of, they acted. And they would have period costumes. You can laugh. I was
Tri-corners.
I was horrified. Oh, I was in the tri-corners. So we would go from that to and then they'd have this really great music about the Army and the nation. And I was evaluated on making sure that they were in the right uniforms and that they struck their pose at the exact moment. I was like, I feel like I'm on the Frank Capra World War II thing, right? It was hilarious, man. So you go from Korea, where you're carrying live ammunition, doing the deal, to being a postcard. I loved it. It was great.
The Old Guard, though, especially for the enlisted, I think, I don't know, the officers, but when you talk about being at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, when you talk about, the change, it's a hard job.
It's very hard.
DC does not have what we would call, temperate weather throughout the year. And so they'll stand out at the tomb or whatever and just...
The tomb guys are that's a whole other thing. The tomb platoon,
and I think,
serious.
Dave, thanks for bringing that up, because I was kind of tongue-in-cheekish.
Yeah.
The tomb guards, that's a whole different level. I mean, they try out. They have to go through this huge selection process, Ranger indoctrination program combined with all this other stuff. So that's no joke.
Yeah.
And the tomb is guarded 24 hours a day.
24 hours a day. And have you guys been?
Yeah.
I've been there, but I've spoken to guys.
You got to go down into where they're built, not billets, but where
their green room or ready room.
Right. It's just amazing. And those kids are so, get weepy. They're just incredibly professional, dedicated. And to get the Tomb Guard badge, they get awarded after a certain amount of time. I can't remember what it is.
It's like a year or something.
It's a year. There are fewer Tomb Guard badges have been awarded than Medals of Honor. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
So to make it through that process, and do you know, like it's 21, 21, everything's 21. So you're like, man, that's a lot of counting. You will talk to them. They're like, it becomes internalized.
Yeah.
You can sit there and count.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't count. Their minds, their bodies, and it gets really spiritual in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
More than you wanted to know, man. But thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, no,
it's tongue in cheekish in the book but yeah,
I remember writing a story a few years back about the first African American Tomb Guard, and as the unit lore goes, it was the president of Ghana, I believe, was visiting John F. Kennedy, and said, like, how come there aren't any black soldiers out here? And they were like, oh my God! So they had to go and find them, and they found this African American soldier who became the first Tomb Guard.
What an accomplishment!
Yeah,
it's no joke.
Yeah,
it's no joke.
Yeah,
so, yeah. I did that, and then just was like, I mean, I am kind of like,
it's not what you joined the army.
Yeah,
to do.
it wasn't
right.
You know, but at the end of the day, I was honored to have. To be part of that. In the book, I talk about, like, I ended up, so I'm 6'4". You work through the ranks. I start out wearing colonial uniforms, which was, you know, what? I'm going to wear a colonial uniform? Like, you got to be kidding me. And then ended up, there's one company called Echo Company, Honor Guard Company, which does the White House functions, the very high visibility. Now, this is the good one. Like, there's a platoon that's called the marching platoon that you'll see on TV. Now, that's the place where everybody's 6'4" or above. And here's the reason. Like, when they have foreign dignitary come in, they want them to see, like, holy crap. Like, that's the American Army. We're not going to mess with them. It's kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
It's almost a psychological warfare thing.
Yeah.
But they're really, really good. And so I ended up in that company, and I was responsible for it. I was a cordon platoon, which means it's a cordon. And like when you see White House ceremonies, there'll be a cordon of Joint Service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Space Force now, I don't know, haven't been around there. I would be the platoon leader of that. And this is what you want to know what I got evaluated on?
What was that?
So I went from patrolling the demilitarized zone, you know, fending off the North Koreans from infiltrating the South Korea,
yeah.
The communist menace, like Cold War, baby. I'm like, I got evaluated. I had this saber, and I'll give you, the Queen of England came, and her car would come into the White House grounds, and I'd be right there by the gate, and the tip of my sword had to drop exactly when the front wheel of her car came even with me. And if I failed to do that, yeah, I was not a good officer.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, pretty stressful, right?
Yeah.
Not. So yeah, it was, you know, it's kind of disconcerting to go from, you know, combat readiness to being
So
evaluated on your
how
list.
did you eventually Shanghai yourself out of this unit? I mean, you were trying to find your way out, and it was a pretty funny story.
Well, Desert Storm happens. 91. I'm like, oh, damn. I joined the Army to go to war, and I'm stuck here. So 4187, you guys are familiar. It's a request for personnel action. Anyone can fill it out. I just started, like, sending those things in 5 times a day.
En masse. Yeah.
I kept getting
using carbon paper at that point.
I know. And remember, they were expecting like potentially tens of thousands of U.S. casualties. Yeah. And guess who's going to bury them? So they're like, you're not going anywhere, Miller. You're shut up and color. And finally, a lovely gentleman who is our deputy commander, John Shortle, called me in. Said, Chris, stop sending 4187s. I'm with you. I want out of here too. I'll do everything I can to get us out of here. You know, and that's all you wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Right? That was good leadership.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the war lasted all of 100 hours.
Right.
No 10,000 casualties, thank God. And so we talked books. Polak, I cannot remember his first name, wrote this book called Mission MIA about rescuing.
Yeah.
And he's written some other stuff. I didn't realize it was fictionalized this at the time. Really good book. And it was some Green Berets, free falling. I was like, I need me some of that stuff. I need me a piece of that. And I realized that my current trajectory in the infantry was not going to be long-lived. I missed 2 wars, Panama and now Desert Storm. I'm like, I got to do something different. I'll ask you, what drew you to Special Forces?
Well, the Ranger Regiment, as much as we all love it, and we do.
We do.
But, however, as the name implies, it's very regimented. And, at a certain point, it's like, there's got to be more out there than seizing Lawson Airfield, a dozen times. I was also ready for something different after a while there.
Do you guys remember, like, you would have to wait to get the word from the company first sergeant? And remember how your platoon sergeants would all go to the first sergeant's afternoon meeting, and you would have to sit there like everything's done for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just be sitting there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be like, why can't we just go home? You got to wait for the word.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have this?
Well, yes, but it became increasingly ridiculous because it's like you realize we have these things called cell phones, right? So if you need us to come in at a different time, like you can call us up and tell.
You were thinking, man. You were thinking, right? And you're like, this is ridiculous. I got to try something new. And Special Forces, I'd learned a little bit about, the Green Berets. It's like, I want to give that a try.
So you went to selection.
Yeah. What did you think of selection, man?
I thought
it still holds up, doesn't it? In your mind?
I won't. Like, I would never bullshit about it. It's challenging. It was a tough course.
What were you the team? What team event were you the team leader of?
It was one of the It was like when we had to string together some sort of contraption with a telephone pole and put like wheels on one side of it and just like muscle it the rest of the way, however 9 kilometers.
That was a tough one. And that was always at the end of the day. Like that was the last event of that day. And there would be people coming in like 9 o'clock at night because they couldn't figure
apparatus, yes.
They couldn't figure out the apparatus. And remember?
Well, yeah. And I mean, here's again, like I'm no genius. I just like, but if somebody came to me and was like, they had a better idea than I did, I was like, we're doing that.
Well, yeah, because you always had somebody that was really good mechanically.
Right.
That knew how to lash.
No better than I do. Like, okay.
You know what event I got? Sandman. You want to tell
the sandbags?
Sandman. Remember there was it was a casualty and it was a 500-pound duffel bag full of sand. It was the most
I do, and you have to make
that one?
You have to make a stretcher and carry it.
Well, all our Metallica fans, of course. Like I just remember they had those the latrine facilities, and you would go in there, and on the like instead of like call Rhonda or something, it was like remember the Sandman.
We had the $1 million shitter by the time I got there.
It was there too.
It was it?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
And it was just built up in your mind as like the most heinous event. And so they're like, okay, next team leader for the team event for the Sandman.
Miller.
You know who they called? I was like, oh shit! And people quit on that thing. Like I remember, you're the team leader and you're trying to motivate. It was the most crushing. You don't remember that one?
I do remember making the stretcher.
The Sand Babies was horrible too.
And the one with the Jeep that has 2 flat tires.
That was hilarious.
That was a funny one. And
that was hilarious.
There's one, you make a cantilever and like some dude gets to sham out and just chill to counterbalance the Jeep.
Oh yeah, but you rotate, and it was in that sand. It was on the sand road by the railroad tracks, remember? And I remember Amtrak would come down there, and you would be out there with a Jeep missing a wheel with all these dudes hanging off it, pushing it. And I just remember looking at the Amtrak, and there'd be kids like, and you're like, what did I get myself into? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Selection holds up, man. That holds up as, it was based on British SAS model. Was that Dick Meadows? Who? No.
Beckwith.
Beckwith.
Beckwith went over there, yeah.
And they all kind of brought those.
A lot
I know
of that
they did
back,
it for
yes.
Delta, but a lot of that transferred over.
A lot of
Special Forces
OSS
section.
stuff got brought into that and how they ran it, and to this day, and I don't. Do you know David Walton?
No.
He's a SF guy, and he just wrote a book called like "Ruck Up and Shut Up." He studied SFAS academically. I think it was part of his PhD dissertation, actually. He's an interesting guy.
Doesn't that sum up Special Forces though? Like they allow PhDs to come in there and study their process.
Well, he was an SF officer, I believe.
Really?
Who got his PhD? So he's a smart kid. Yeah.
But that's another element of Special Forces.
Different types of dudes that you find.
Yeah,
there,
like kind of not
Yeah.
atypical. That selection held up though, didn't it?
It sucked, bro.
Yeah, it totally did. But that's one of those when you got done with that thing, like, yeah, that was an experience, and I think that's what a lot of us joined the military for.
Yeah, yeah.
That one held up. It
Yeah,
still
yeah.
holds up. I'm going to go down there soon because I want to see how they're doing it now. And
It's very much the same from what David told me.
do you think some people claim, because maybe not in your era, my era, it was true. Like if you don't quit, you'll be fine. And then there's this thing, you hear some people go, well, how does that really prepare you for being a thinking warrior diplomat if just because you don't quit and you can carry a lot of weight and you're too stupid to quit?
It's more than that, too, because the difference between like RIP back in the day, or now
Yeah.
RASP, and SFAS, they're also, in SFAS, they're also looking at how you interact with your teammates. And they want to see if you're the type of person that like flips out and yells at people and loses your cool. They're like, it's not really the kind of dude we're looking for. I think that's one of the differences.
But you said it best when you said, "Hey, I was a team leader and I asked for input." You at that point, that's what you're looking for, Special Forces, as opposed, and that's interesting.
Who has the
coming out-
best idea?
And it's
Yeah.
interesting coming out of Ranger Regiment, which is very regimented. I thought that was very funny the way how you said that, where it's always very hierarchical, right, Dave? And like you're more senior ranking, therefore you're smarter
Right.
than everyone,
Right.
And in Special Forces, it's like, hey, anybody got a good idea? I don't know what I'm doing. And there's that self-confidence that people can say that, and then somebody goes like, oh yeah, I used in Afghanistan. We landed and all our trucks were blown up. Well, they weren't. They were my trucks then, our trucks, whatever. And lo and behold, guess what? Oh, I used to be a mechanic before I joined. Oh, I worked heavy machinery. Started using their Leatherman and putting trucks back together.
That's
And
crazy.
Took 5 and got 2 running. But
Yeah.
that's just that's like the quintessential to
Yeah.
me. Green
Yeah, yeah.
Beret.
Improvise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get sent to 5th group, team leader position.
Yeah, I was like 5th group. What's that? They're like, oh, they'd made their, of course, Vietnam. It was the only Special Forces group,
Right.
So legendary, right? But and then was 5th group worked. It was in charge of the Middle East. And of course, did Desert Storm. So that was 91-ish. I got there. What are you talking here, Miller? 94-ish. So I don't know about you, man. I didn't want to go to 5th group.
I tried to get out of it.
Well,
like-
but you guys know that there were 3rd group guys going, man, I really wish I'd get to 5th group.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe.
3rd group?
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I agree with you. They didn't have a mission at the time.
Third group was really getting some at that point in Afghanistan.
Oh,
yeah.
No,
Well,
I
not
mean,
in my era.
no, I mean
my
before
era.
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
3rd
yeah.
group was like.
Yeah.
Remember, we established 3rd group to make sure we had force structure that we could get rid of when the army downsized. Like literally, 3rd group was the sacrificial lamb. It was
Yeah.
like,
They
and
combined all the other
and
groups,
everybody
yeah.
knew that, right? And they're like, "Wow, I'm in a group that if they decide to cut the defense budget, we're going to go away." You're
Yeah.
right, Dave.
Yeah.
It's very much that.
I mean,
way.
everybody wanted 7th group or 10th group for,
right.
because Europe
or 1st group.
Or 1st group, right. Or
Like
first
go out
group.
to the Pacific, you
Right.
hear these stories
Right.
about they're getting max per diem, making $250 a day.
Yeah.
all staying in one hotel room.
Well, first
Yeah.
group had like, it was the old school guys in the 90s told me about how there was like one battalion that was always doing Thailand.
Well, then they had the Arctic Battalion.
And then there was one battalion that was always doing Korea. And so their train ups a lot of times were like in Alaska. So they're bouncing between like Alaska and Korea. And then there are these other guys that were doing like Okinawa, Thailand.
Yeah.
And then 5th group. Oh, the Middle East.
Yeah, Egypt. Yeah.
Garden Spot.
Yeah, right.
What was the Bright Star?
Yeah.
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 the
Like,
Sinai.
oh, this is just
Yeah.
great. Lucky us.
But you got Kuwait, right?
Yeah, totally. Because I was, remember, a company would be in Kuwait after Desert Storm. There was always a company there year round, and you'd rotate, I think, every 3 months. And so that was kind of your big deployment, where you would go out there. And we were at Fort Campbell, and there wasn't a lot of money then. Remember, it was like the peace dividend, which meant you here are your 4 bullets to fire this year.
Yeah.
And then you go to Kuwait and unlimited resources. So that's where you got all your training done, all of your training done.
I thought the story you told in your book about this crazy / stupid idea to a team building exercise with your guys was interesting, that you fooled your team and made them think this was a live escape and evasion that they had to do.
It was brilliant and incredibly stupid at the same time. You know what I learned from that? Like, don't do things when you're pissed off. Those guys, like Special Forces A team, they're just sitting around complaining, we're not doing anything. I was like, oh, you want a little something? And did that cross country. We did that movement, escape and evasion, which, it was, seemed like a good idea at the time. It was a good idea.
Well, but tell us about it, because for people who have not yet read the book but are going to, please tell us about what you
remember, 5th Group during Desert Storm put out special reconnaissance teams, 12-man A teams, deep behind enemy lines to look at key road networks, key facilities, or key roads that the enemy would be coming down to reinforce the front line. So these cats, and I knew these are the guys that raised me, right, in 5th Group. Like,
Some hardcore dudes.
oh, man. And so this was before desert mobility vehicles. They flew in, 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, flew them in, dropped them down in the middle of the desert with 150-pound rucksacks, and they dug holes, and they put up like nets above them, and immediately got compromised because you're in the middle of the desert.
Right.
And so all of these teams had these amazing fights, like epic, historic, like Alamo stuff, right?
I remember I'm reading about it. Yeah.
Those cats were like the ones that were training me, and I was horrified. Like, it's like great stories, but I'm like, I don't want that to happen to me. And so everybody talks about escape of evasion. Now, in Special Forces, we take that seriously. We actually do. Where you plan for it. We were talking earlier about one of your teams that got blown out in Kazakhstan. Where was that?
Oh, it was not. It was in my battalion. It was a team in Kyrgyzstan. That got blown out of their safe house. Someone called the cops on them and had the place raided. And a couple of the dudes had to E&E to the embassy.
It's legit.
Yeah.
Like, Special Forces are in politically sensitive areas. It can turn on you really quick.
Right.
You need to have a plan, and
it has happened.
It has happened. So I was like, I got to take this seriously, because I don't want to get jammed up.
Right.
It's all about me.
Right.
And we're out in the middle of the desert of Kuwait with a brigade. Now, the Kuwaitis at the time, is a part-time army. They would show up about 9 o'clock, and about 11 o'clock they're done for the day. So you had a lot of time. So I said, we're going to do escape and evasion planning. And everybody blew me off because they're like, who gives a crap about this? We got trucks. We're in Kuwait. It's all good. So every night I would, and this is like first generation computers, like it's word perfect, and I'm writing up. So I come up with this complete like checklist. And so on the designated day, no one knows what's going to happen. I go for a run. I have provided a checklist to my company headquarters. The company commander was read on, and he makes a call, or the commo people make a call to the A team that I'm the commander of. I'm out running, and they give the word to go into escape and evasion. I get back from my run. I know exactly the timeline, and everybody's like, "Hey, sir, like we got the escape and evasion. It's bullshit. It's bullshit." Like, huh? KL-43 Charlie. Anybody remember it? The stupid thing with the phone that you would have this, like, you would take this device and you put it to the phone. It was like first generation modem essentially. There's like, we're supposed to get KL-43 Charlie traffic in 5 minutes. I was like, well, get after it. It describes like there's unrest in the capital. It appears there's been a coup. All U.S. personnel are to enter escape and evasion per their plan. Yeah, man, we got after that shit, dude. We got after it. And so the only time I got scared twice. One was when the Charlie, the demo guy, pulls out C4 and says, we're going to blow all our vehicles. I hadn't like planned for that one. I'm like, oh, that's going to be hard to explain to higher headquarters that I blew up 4 of our vehicles. It's like, Mark. So I remembered Panama. Do you remember Panama,
How about
the radio
take the
station?
spark plugs out instead?
Do you remember Panama, the radio
The
station?
one we
where
took over?
The Navy, maybe it was Grenada. Navy SEALs plan was like to blow the thing to smithereens, and the SF guys were like, we're just going to go take the circuit card, and then we'll come back and put it back in. So I remembered that. I was like, Mark, do we have any other options? Like, we might have to come back and use our vehicles. And they did that. They pulled out some component and buried them in a box. So I was through that, and we started walking that night into the desert. And so you plan exactly. Remember, you plan exactly what you're going to carry. And I think we were all carrying about 110 pounds in the desert, and I knew we couldn't do it, and people collapsed.
Yeah.
It was a nightmare. And then the second time I got worried was the A team just completely. We just became physically unable to continue because it was just devastating. So we set up a remain overnight site, security. And the next morning, I was on security. I fell asleep. Be perfect. I was smoked. I fell asleep. I wake up to Kuwaiti border security, and these are the nicest Ford, like F-350s, beautiful trucks, are surrounding us. And they have their weapons drawn, and I'm like, oh crap. I made everybody lock and load, which was unheard of, right? In training.
But you have to keep the illusion alive, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I said lock and load. People were like, what? I was like, we're in E&E. So I'm like, oh crap, this could get really bad, because we had been in a little international incident in the past, not my team, but another team. So I walk up to the border patrol guys. I'm like, hi, song and dance. Oh, we're on the training next, trying to be quiet so they can't hear me. They're like, oh, okay, call range control next time, which is kind of scary that we were so easy to catch, right?
Yeah,
yeah. I turn around and walk back, and everybody had, very gently moved their And so they pull away, and they're like, "Sir, we would have smoked them." Because remember, the whole thing is, if you're making link up with somebody, if you've dropped, everybody just opens up over the top of you, and I'm like, please don't trip. Please, could you imagine that? So they're like, "Sure, we would have." I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I mean, I really was
And
how did your guys respond when they found out it was just an exercise?
So they didn't know. So we get picked up at the pickup spot. We get in the truck. They drive us back to the base. It was
Ali Salim?
No, it was Doha. There was this warehouse complex that we owned then. It's a warehouse complex again. And in Special Forces, is Jack's well aware, and you've done this too, is you go for your debriefing, right? As soon as you get back, you go to get debriefed by the military intelligence people, like, what was the enemy situation, what did you learn? So we do, the military intelligence people come in, and they do the debrief, right? Just like legit. And at that point, the company commander comes in, and everybody looks at him, and he goes, "This was an exercise." And everybody's like, "Who's that dumbass who came up?" I mean, it got really, really aggressive. Like, who came up with this dumbass idea? And the company commander, Al Knox, just looks at me. And, dude, it was like everybody just like... They were just shocked. Because I was the nicest guy in the world. I would never do anything so manipulative. I was like, it was me. And they were so pissed, man. And they just storm out and go to the chow hall. So I go with my team to the chow hall. They all sit, like they shunned me, dude.
Right.
They shunned me. Like, so I'm sitting here. They all would walk by and just like look at me and go sit down. I was like, I just destroyed the A team that I was responsible for, and I felt really, really, really bad. Like, this was the stupidest thing I've ever done. They avoided me all day. We had evening chow, and during that time period, some people had come up and had heard about what we'd done, other Green Berets. They were like, "Oh my God, that's amazing. You guys are so lucky that you trained so hard." And so it flipped, and by the time we left that night,
They became fifth group legends.
it was like it was the most amazing thing. I didn't plan it that way.
Right.
But I got shunned, dude. I got shunned. It was like, they talk, leadership's lonely. Being the boss is lonely. You're like, yeah, it's like, and then, at the earlier chow where I was being shunned, everybody's laughing like, "Oh, there's Miller, that dumbass."
Yeah.
It was like, really, but came out the other side and built off of that. But it was traumatic.
So before moving on, there are some pictures in your book, but I don't think you really talk about it in the book. Maybe this is later on. We don't need to jump ahead, but there's some J-sets to Pakistan.
Oh yeah, that was the first thing we did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a new guy. Hey, we're going to Pakistan. Great, love it. Went up because it was before Al Qaeda. We went into Swat River Valley and we trained with the Pakistani Special Services Group, their special forces, who had this wonderful relationship dating back to the establishment of the country with 10th Special Forces. You go in there, Ranger Handbook, they would have translated. Mm-hmm. It was amazing. And so we're up there in the Swat River Valley training with them. Like, that's like isn't that the
SF stuff?
Isn't that like amazing?
Yeah.
And our company commander, we were all alone. It was just great. He wasn't even there. So it was like, that's SF mission, right? Just amazing.
After you finished your time as a team leader, you went to another unit. I think you describe as an Army Black Ops unit in your book. What can you tell us about that?
I finished as a team leader, which is the job, right? You're a captain, you're a Green Beret, you have a 12-person team. That's all you ever want to do, right? And then the battalion commander, the boss, who oversaw at those 18 A teams, decided after 18 months it was time for me to learn have a larger perspective about special forces. And at those times, you're going to laugh, the logistics officer, the supply officer, was a Green Beret, and the personnel officer. Now they were
SF branched guys.
Right. Now, of course, they have experts, which is long overdue. But at the time, we were very short-handed, and Army hated special forces. And they're like, we're not going to put any of our specialty people in there. You guys figure it out. So I got the opportunity to be the supply officer. and I tried to get out of it. Finally, it's like, you're not hearing me, Roger. I go over there. First day, I show up in my office in the headquarters, and as I came in, we were living crappy buildings. They're all gone now. It was great. There literally is a piece of copy paper taped to the door that says Unit Recruiting ISOFAC, Isolation Facility, which is still there, which was the kind of nexus for, it was the only place you had a lot of room. And I was like it was crayons or something. I was like, that doesn't look so good. first sergeant of the headquarters company, who was a dear friend, came in and said, "Hey, sir, come with me. We're going to go to the ISOFAC to this recruitment thing." I said, "I don't even know what that is." He goes, "Just come with me." So we show up in the isolation facility. There are probably like maybe 80 people there. This guy gets up in civilian clothes and goes, "Hey, we're looking for people for a specialty unit that we can't tell you about." What do? Get up and leave. I'm like, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. The first sergeant grabs me, goes, "Sit down." Hear him. So each person was taken back into the separate room where there were these people in civilian clothes that would be like, "Hey, you want to give this a try?" I'm like, "What is it?" And they're like, "Oh, it'll be fun. Special mission unit." I'm like, "I don't even know what that is." I said, and then you filled out some paperwork. It was really interesting. And the application was like a series of 20 questions. And the questions were weird. Do you read? Yes or no? What do you read? And then there was, if you have the choice between playing flag football or going for a run alone, what would you prefer? So they're looking for individuals.
Right.
I mean, and I just answered honestly, and they kind of look at my stuff and they looked at my record and they're like, "Okay, thanks. Talk to you later." You just leave. And I'm like, okay, go back to work. And lo and behold, I think, it's like Delta selection where if you volunteer, you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, I get these weird orders to report to a city in the Western United States. And they had all our names on it. And there were only like 6 of us. Mm-hmm. So 80 people go in and interviewed. I'm like, this is a different thing. I don't know what I'm getting into. You show up and it's all individual skill stuff. Like, you're not with the team, thank God. And I was like, And it's, we call it, what do we call it now? AFO, Advanced Force Operations. Mm-hmm. It's all about having capability to go in to an area that could have a military operation imminent or potentially, what's a hot spot in today's day and age? I imagine, I don't know if they were there or not, but you would go into Sudan realizing this thing's picking up. Right. Go in and get the lay of the land, make sure that the infrastructure for, what's the airfield look like? Mm-hmm. Hey, are there transportation assets available if we have to evacuate the embassy? So that's what this unit was all about. I didn't know that at the time, right? And tried out another selection. And you want to know why I did it? Because my buddy said I couldn't. My buddy, Joe Bovey, I remember this, goes, "Oh, you'll never make it." At that point, I was like, huh. So, yeah, went there as after 5th group to the special mission unit. And it's a year-long training program. And it was what, you see, you guys have had a different experience. As an officer in Special Forces, you're an inch deep, a mile wide. You're really not an expert. And I joined Special Forces because I was like, I want to be a commando.
Right.
Like, I want, like, I'm a knife, like shooting, blowing stuff up. The training pipeline was all that, so every single skill, even if you were an officer, you learned it and mastered it. And it was brutal meritocracy. Like, if you failed a test, see ya. And it was nerve-wracking, right? Because honey, I've got a great idea. We're going to move to Virginia. And at the time, here's a common theme in my life. At the time, if you got into that unit, you could stay there for the rest of your career. Mm-hmm. Do you think that lasted? So I show up, and I literally in process at this legendary facility in Virginia that's no longer there, but World War II, just this epic place. And I'm there, and the senior sergeant, the sergeant major, comes out, sits me down at a picnic table, goes, "Hey, there's been a change. We've had some counterintelligence issues here in the unit. From now on, you can only stay 3 years, and you have to leave." And I'm like, my wife is going to kill me. And so with that in mind, got through the training process, which came out the other end. Like I said, man, it was zero defect thing. It was really, but somehow got through it. I don't know how. And then went to one of the operational units and went overseas. One of the big missions. I think I talk about it in
Bosnia.
the book. Bosnia, right? So, and I've said this before. I don't know if I said it in the book. That was the first place where it was an interagency effort. CIA, Special Forces, Rangers, the whole kit and caboodle is out there looking for war criminals. And we're learning how to do surveillance in a, it wasn't a denied area. It was literally like the perfect place to train, right? Because one person got killed during that operation in Bosnia. You guys don't remember this. It was an infantry platoon sergeant, because the place was just seeded with mines after the war in Bosnia. And he decided that he would go disarm a mine with his Leatherman. That didn't work so well because the mine went off and the Leatherman went through his head and killed him. Tragic. But the point is, it was a very forgiving environment. And we were now, this is the first time in probably since the Vietnam War, where you had this coming together of all the different elements of our government. And so we got to know each other there. We made mistakes, and you get busted by, like, you know, your comms. You get busted doing stakeouts, you know, doing surveillance. But that's where we learned man hunting. And it was first generation. Tracking cell phones was a new skill. I didn't know it at the time. I think that was probably the first use of unmanned aerial vehicles.
Yeah.
I didn't know it at the time because that shit was so top secret. But I've heard now, like, oh yeah, we had Predator or whatever it was then. So that we did that, and fifth group guy. Remember, we're fifth group guys. We don't fit in the Middle East. That was the only place I've been able to fit in. And you know, you were setting up safe houses, and you were looking for these war criminals from the war. And that same group, guess what? September 11th, 2001. Well, not September 11th, 2001. The weeks after that, we all showed up in Karshi-Khanabad, Uzbekistan, which was our forward staging base to go into Afghanistan. And guess what? Band's back together.
Yeah.
It was just so weird because we were all at the same point in our careers, right?
Right.
I was a major. You know, the CIA people were kind of GS-14s. We were the worker bees, right? We were the people that we're not in headquarters yet. We're on the ground. And those are the cats. And it was like old home week. We're like, hey, we haven't seen you. And, of course, during the global war on terrorism, we hyper accelerated how we were doing things. But isn't that interesting?
The nucleus of it.
That was the nucleus.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
It says something about like institutional learning, right? And how that's kind of where a lot of you guys kind of, you know, cut your teeth.
Yeah. It was just weird, you know. And that was Bosnia, and that was National Training Center at Fort Irwin, California is where all the conventional forces go, and they do their big war exercise, and it's the penultimate training exercise. I think of Bosnia very much the same way, and that was the place where we learned how to do this and we learned how to work together.
Right. Yeah. But you did it in a real world environment, but it was not like the risk was low.
You weren't going to get killed.
Right.
Like you might get embarrassed, and you tell your story about getting rolled up in Syria, right?
Oh God!
By the Pesh,
the secret police.
Secret police. Yeah. You know, that was dangerous. In Bosnia, okay, you screw up, you get rolled up by the local police, and
they're not going to shoot you.
Yeah, they're not going to shoot you. They're not going to pull your fingernails out.
Do you ask them for an AAR? Like, hey, what do we do wrong? What can we do better next time?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and just learn how to operate independently.
Yeah.
So that was like the ultimate training.
So then, where were you at when 9/11 happened?
You always ask. I listened to Gary Harrington's podcast on the way up
because it's the big inflection point for so many people's careers.
No joke. 10 September. I had made the decision with my wife to leave the Army. I was like, I can't do this bullshit anymore. It was a peacetime Army, zero defect. It was all
right.
It was all the like, oh, what's your quarterly training brief slides? Or you should have 12 font. You've got 14 font. You're a failure. That's where we were. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. So I tapped out. My wife and I said it's time to move on, become a civilian, get a real job. On the 11th September, I was planning to go turn in my resignation paperwork. Clarksville base. Remember, I went out for a run I was a company commander, Alpha Company, 3rd Battalion, the Special Forces Group, best company ever. Not because of me, just it's a really, really great company. Had this unbelievable non-commissioned officer, Mel Bynum was the company sergeant major, the senior NCO. So I'm the company commander. I'm the senior officer. He's the senior NCO. We went for a run at Clarksville base, and just the two of us. And we were just talking through things we wanted to do with the company. Got in the car to drive back to work, to group, and John Boy and Billy show. If you ever listened to that, it's a Southern. It was kind of one of the first Southern shock jock things.
Oh, I think so. Yeah,
it was all the rage. Then. It's
yeah.
still on, but it was kind of really distinctive then.
Yeah,
kind of very humorous, busting on people. And I'm listening to that. And the announcer, the news person breaks in with the tone changed from like jocular, like busting on each other and telling jokes about, bodily functions to completely serious, and says, hey, we just got a report in that a plane has hit the World Trade Center. And like the whole tone changed. And Gary Harrington talks about where then he pulled off. I got back to work. And remember, they were talking in World War II, B-24 or something crashed into the Empire State Building. And they're like, oh, maybe this is just an accident. And I walked into the military intelligence detachment, which was the only place that had a TV then. Now, of course, every office has 4 TVs. I walked in there, and a plane, I didn't know it at the time, it's the second plane, hits, and I'm like, was that a rewind? Was that a rewind? What am I trying to say? Replay of the first attack. And they're like, no, that's a second plane. And dude, that's when you're like, you know how you have to go back? Yeah. Like, did that really happen to me? Because maybe I'm like, but that's exactly what happened. I saw the second plane go in, and we're like, oh shit. Yeah. Like, game on. And all of the officers got called to the battalion commander's office. We go in there, and senior leadership is nothing to worry about. Don't jump to conclusions. And all of us are like, oh, we're going to war, man. I mean, it's game on. Like, we're like, this is Al-Qaeda. This is our AO. We are going to get our game on. And I just remember senior leadership was like really trying to, like, nothing to
downplay
see here
at the moment. Yeah.
So I walk across into the company, and this is what I see. Everybody has all their equipment out in the hallway, doing their pre-combat, putting new batteries in, checking everything out, loading tough. We didn't have tough boxes then. Tough boxes are those plastic boxes. We had these metal kick-down boxes, which were horrible, but that's what we had. They're loading boxes, and I didn't say like, oh, there's nothing to see here. I'm like, we're going, keep going. Yeah. And that to me, is like, that's the genius of the American fighting man. Like, our leadership was nothing to see here, but the dudes were like, oh, we're going to get it on. Yeah. Isn't that
taking the initiative?
Yeah, it was, and it was like, okay, we're fixing to do it. Gary was wrong. He goes, we left 2 days after the attack. So Gary knew John Mulholland, Colonel Mulholland, who was the group commander. I had been an officer, a commander for then Lieutenant Colonel Mulholland in Virginia, previous assignment that we were talking about the Bosnia stuff. Mulholland and Mulholland, have you met him?
No.
Man, in the day, he was like Vince Lombardi. He's old school, like you can never do anything good enough. You're always ate up if you were an officer. Colonel Mulholland and I did not think we were compatible at all. So I don't go back to the special mission unit. Like I did 2 years there, and then I got selected to go for advanced education called the Command and General Staff College. So I left. And I was thinking, well, this would be great. I'll get invited back to the special mission unit. No, I didn't. For whatever reason, I don't. Whatever. So I decided I would go back to 5th group, and I got back to 5th group. Guess who gets selected to be the group commander? Colonel John Mulholland. Right. I'm like, what have I done wrong with my life? Who have I pissed off to have this guy as my commander again? Because, like, this isn't going to work. He takes command in, like, July, August, and it was just the most interesting experience. I stayed back, like, change of command, everybody has to go back and think, congratulations. I was like, I don't really want to talk to this guy, but I have to because it's a professional thing. So I wait till the end, and I go past. I know his family, and I'm talking to his family, and he sees me, and he gives me a hug. And I'm like, dude, cognitive dissonance.
Right.
I'm like he's hugging me. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? And I now realize if you did good work for him, you're always in his tribe, right? You're always he never told you if you did good work, though. That was the thing.
Right.
But he would show it. And so I was gobsmacked. And then when the attack happened, we're all sitting in the battalion commander's office. We had to go there like 50 times a day to get an update. And Mulholland comes in and goes, hey, I need to talk to Chris. And of course, the battalion commander's like, what is the group commander doing in my battalion? He goes, hey, I need you to go to Tampa to Special Operations Command Central and get us into the war. And I was like, okay, that's some good guidance. And he goes, you're going with one other person. Gary Harrington. So Gary has the date wrong. We left, the attack happened on the 11th. We went to Tampa on the 16th of September. Because I know you guys this is like an historical record.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of thing that historians will look at. It was the 16th of September. How do I know this? My anniversary. And normally my wife would be, your job sucks. You're an idiot. You're never at home. We have children. And it was the first time she goes, you got work to do. What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here. That was the 16th of September. Went and met Gary at the group headquarters. And Gary was a legendary figure, right? I was like, holy crap. Gary, I've never told anybody about leaving behind some documents. It all went well. But it was a test too, because Gary was older, experienced, and I was the young punk major, and the two of us knew Mulholland, and clearly I think you'd have to ask General Mulholland whether this is the case, but he could trust us. Mm-hmm. So he sent us down there to get us, he said, get 5th group in the war on the 16th of September.
That's wild.
Gary, yeah. It was so nice to hear him relay that. He was wrong about the date. It was the 16th of September.
So you guys go down there and you're charged with planning this SF.
Was it a hard sell?
Yes.
Really?
We get down there, and at the time, Special Operations Command Central was in this Cold War era bunker. How we doing on time? Am I talking too much?
No, this is
We're
perfect.
good.
It's this Cold War bunker that they probably had nukes in or something that he repurposed into this headquarters. And there was only JSOC is there. And they are the big show in town. I mean,
Right.
they're the Standing Counterterrorism Task Force. Like, all you little people, get away.
Right.
We're like, we're Green Berets. We're going to do unconventional warfare.
Yeah.
They're like, bye-bye. Of course, back to Bosnia, back to being in the Special Mission Unit. Gary and I knew all those people. So we got behind the door, somehow, the secret door. And what they were planning for was the hit on Rhino. Remember where the Rangers jumped in, filmed it all, and then Counterterrorism Task Force hit Mullah Omar's compound in Kandahar. That's the 16th, 17th, 18th. All of a sudden, they're gone. Like, what happened? Well, they completed mission planning. I was working with the recovery shop. We'd been shunted off to the nobodies. Like, we were unclean. We couldn't be part
The
of
pores.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was a guy in there who does not get enough credit. Bob Kelly was a fifth group guy who was a planner in an unconventional warfare planner. He was a major then at Special Operations Command Central, buddy of mine. Bob's like, we're going to do unconventional warfare. This is what the regiment was created for, to go behind enemy lines, form a resistance, and overthrow the government. I said, so I just became a cheerleader. I'm like, go Bob, go Bob. So Bob sells this plan, and we're sitting there. I'm getting pretty frustrated because we're doing nothing except making PowerPoint slides. I think it was Harvard Graphics.
12 font, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. You go, Dave. You go, Dave. And somebody yells, hey, does anybody know anything about unconventional warfare? Somebody yells this in the operations center, and we stick our heads out. We're like, hello. And all of a sudden, we're the lead planners, and we planned the unconventional warfare operation to get people in, and then Gary leaves. Gary goes and jumps on the advance party that went into Uzbekistan to set up the forward staging base, like he talked in his show. I'm trying to daisy chain shows.
Nice.
I'm trying to help out, man.
Nice.
Yeah, it was just really funny to hear the rest of the story from Gary. So Gary's out there in Uzbekistan helping set up the forward staging base. I'm still back doing the planning, and it all came down to airfields. Like,
It's logistics.
right. Oh, by the way, so the one thing I did when I was in that horrible logistics job waiting to go to Special Mission Unit selection, I went to Air Mobility Planner class, which you're like, what's that? How to load stuff onto an airplane. And this, now it's all computerized. You're just like, we have 14, these trucks, we have this many pallets. It like spits it out. In those days, you cut out these little icons, and you would glue them onto a mock-up of the plane. So it all came down to airfields. And of course, a lot of places wanted a lot of money for us to fly into.
Right.
And the only place that we could get into was Karshi-Khanabad, which was this old Soviet-era base in Uzbekistan, which we now know was basically a toxic waste
Right.
dump.
Yeah.
Which it'd be fun to talk about that because people are struggling with that. And it all came down, you could only get one plane in. Like, if we're going to go to Andrews Air Force Base, you can land like 5 C-5s, right? The airfield was so small, you could only land one C-7. No, we had C-17s by that point. C-141s were out of business. So it was the first big workout for the C-17. You could land one at a time, and you could only have 2 on the ground. So it all came down to the math of that. So I ended up basically being a load planner, figuring out.
That's crazy.
Isn't that weird? Like,
Yeah.
What's that stupid thing about want of a nail, Napoleon?
Yeah, right.
Experts talk.
For want of a nail, the horse wouldn't have failed. For want of a horse, the message would have been delivered.
And what's that thing about like novices study tactics, experts study logistics or
Something like
something?
that, yeah.
Like that was kind of one of those. I thought it was all bullshit. Right?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh wow, it really comes down to that. So that's what I did, and then went back. I was like, I got to get out of here because I'm going to miss the war again. Again.
Right.
I'm stuck as a planner. As a good Green Beret, hire your replacement. Hey, what are you doing? You ought to come down here. Got replaced, went back to Fort Campbell. Everybody's out now. There are 5 A teams left. And I'm there. The war's going on, and we're just sitting there. And finally get the call, like, bring everybody over. And, all right, Miller, you're the officer in charge. Bring the 5 A teams over. Can I tell one quick story?
Yeah.
Gosh darn it, I feel like I'm talking too much.
No. It's good.
So 5A teams. I'm now in charge of them. Only one of them is from the company I commanded. The other 4, it's all the odds and ends that we're off doing a training exercise.
Right.
And I'm like, I thought that, okay, well, I'm going to command these guys in combat, so I've got to figure this one out. And how do I accelerate my learning of these subordinate unit leaders? So remember the escape and evasion exercise? I decide what better way to find out quickly who's who in the zoo than to do a long distance movement. So I tell them all to show up for work, and we start walking. And I don't tell them how far. And it's hot as hell, and I just keep moving. And then finally, at the halfway point, I had an exercise like to do IVs and stuff like that. And I got a talking to at that point. They're like, "Sir, you are destroying us. We're going into combat. My feet are hamburger. My back's killing me." And I'm like, "No problem." At that point, a bunch of pickup trucks pull up with water. And I said, "I'm walking back. You have to make your own decision whether you want to walk back or get in the truck." One guy walks with me, and he's a legendary guy, Glenn. And I'm thinking, this is a great idea, but then I start feeling like, I don't think I'm going to make it back to the barracks. And Glenn's with me, and Glenn's just this hard Midwestern kid. And I'm like, shit, I think he's going to win. So I said, "Glenn, what do you say we dump our rucks?" They were heavy. "And we'll just go ahead and walk back in and come back out. We'll get my car and come back out and get our rucks." Glenn's like, "Okay, sir, if you want to do that." It's so fun. We talk now about that. And Glenn's like, "Oh my God, I was about to die, but I wasn't going to quit. I wasn't going to let you show me." So we pack everybody up. We go to, you know where we break down, right? We're flying C-17 from Fort Campbell Army Airfield. The hub for C-17s is Rhoda. So we land in Rhoda, and of course the plane breaks down.
Of course. The air crew wants to go out in
Always in
Spain
Rhoda.
for the, yeah.
It's no joke.
Yeah, right.
So Dwayne Cox, do you remember Dwayne? He was gone by the time you got there. Legendary guy. He's a senior NCO sergeant on the thing. He's like, "We're going out." It's like, "Okay, man." It's like, "We might all be dead next week." Right? It's like, oh, this is going to be sporty. Is Mount Etna? There's some mountain near there. And they all decide that they're going to go up this because they pull out the ladder. And remember, you've got the 4-hour ladder, the 12-hour ladder. They've got the ladder that means like they're going to change an engine and we're going to be here a while. I'm too paranoid to leave, right? Because I'm in charge. So I'm staying in my quarters. They all go out to quote unquote climb Mount Etna or something. No, they just go out and drink so much sangria. It's not even funny. And guess what happens now? Like the 2-day ladder.
Yeah.
Major Miller, we're ready to move. It's like, who's this? They're like, "This is the air crew. We're ready to go." It's like, okay. Everybody's out drunk.
Yeah.
Somehow everybody comes staggering in and we load up in the plane and fly to
One of the best I ever heard was 10th Group guys staging out of Romania to go into Iraq. And they got put, their house they were staying in during that layover, it was right next to a bordello. But the sergeant major would not let them leave because somebody screwed up. And so the NCO telling this story, salty E7 is like, "Let me just tell you boys something. A bunch of bed sheets tied together makes a hell of a good improvised ladder."
Green Berets, right?
A bunch of kids that you can't control.
Green Berets. I know. And I'm just like, and I'm thinking like, I'm the adult here. I'm doing a really good job at this. And off we go. And we landed Karshikhanabad on Thanksgiving Day. And did you lose your mic?
I'm just gonna go take a pee.
I think it's funny because you mention it, but I think it's interesting for the viewers if they don't know this, that whenever you're going someplace, if you pass through someplace really nice or fun, then the plane breaks down.
Mm-hmm.
There's always a breakdown period where the air crew's like, "Oh, plane won't fly.
It's not us.
Yeah, it's not us. It's the plane. But we'll get it back up and running." And that way, the air crew can go out and like have a fun night or two out
It's
on
no
the town.
joke, is
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
It's
It's standard.
Now, you've had Air Force people on here before? They, I'm sure, would deny that. Oh, that would never happen.
Oh, I think now they would say, "Oh yeah, we did that all the time."
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, like past the point.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's beyond cliche, right?
Yeah.
But it happens.
Yeah.
And like the ladders, I was like, the old timers like, that's a 12-hour ladder.
Yeah.
We're gonna be here. I'm like, what are you talking about? Then if they had the one with the wheels on it, they're like, we're gonna be here.
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah.
It was so yeah.
What did you think when you got to Karshi-Khanabad? Like K2, like it was kind of run down. I mean, the Army built it up quickly, like the contractors did, but it was pretty run down in the very beginning.
What I remember is Red Horse, which is the Air Force Expeditionary Engineers that set up bases, right?
Uh-huh.
I think it's Red Horse, isn't it?
I don't recall, but
I think
yeah.
I think that was the name.
Yeah.
It might be something now. It was a mud pit, right? So they brought in gravel, but it wasn't gravel. It was these like stones,
Yeah.
that were like this as big as softballs, and I just remember like, I'm gonna break my damn leg,
Yeah.
on these things. And it was mud covered, but it was still very austere.
Yeah.
It was very austere.
Yeah. The
And
town
then-
was fun. I mean, did you get a chance to get up
No.
to Tashkent?
I did later, man.
Yeah.
Not that time. I was like, oh man, what am I gonna? So we got the 5A teams,
Yeah.
and I'll have a little taste of that if you don't mind, or do I already have some?
Do you want ice?
Yeah, please, yes, sir. D, you're the man. And then
Finally getting the respect that he
Yeah.
deserves and earned.
you've
And
earned it.
earned.
2 years.
2
He's
years,
been putting
2
up
years,
with you
2
guys.
years dealing with the hazing and harassment that we have dealt upon him.
He's the power behind the throne on this
Kind
thing.
of.
I
Yeah.
figured that one out.
Yeah.
King of the
As
castle,
soon as I came in.
bossing us around.
I mean,
all
and
the
the
time.
selection he had to go through to get to this specialized outfit.
When Mike Spann was killed on that operation, that was like no, it was
Thank you, Dimitri.
No, it was I don't think it was
Yeah, one piece. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was that fight for Kuala Jangi, the prison, where Mike Spann
Yeah.
went in and
Yeah.
and we dropped we accidentally dropped like I think 2,000-pound JDAM right near one of our positions, and didn't kill anybody, injured a whole bunch of people, and there was no reaction force. So the 10th Mountain Division was there doing base security. They got the call to put together a squad, maybe a platoon, and load up on MH-47 and fly down as the reaction force. And they pulled our wounded out. I was there because I was literally like, I'm not doing anything here. This is embarrassing. So I was like, well, casualties coming in. I guess I'll go help out.
Yeah.
Helicopter lands, help with casualties and all that stuff. And I had this epiphany, which is not an epiphany. It's a bold statement of the obvious. I was like, we got QRF, Quick Reaction Force, by the 10th Mountain Division. Like, that's an abomination.
Right.
God bless the 10th Mountain Division. That's not what I'm saying.
Right, they're not an abomination.
Green
Right.
Berets are in a jam. Green Berets, no offense to Rangers, come get their own.
Right.
And I remembered from Vietnam, you always had Mike forces, you always had some quick
hatchet
reaction
force,
hatchet forces.
Yep.
So I said, hey, fellas, we're going to be the quick reaction force. And nobody told us to do this. So we created a quick reaction force, and we went out and trained, which got our stuff together. And I just told the headquarters, I said, like, hey, you got a quick reaction force now. It's AOB 570 with these A teams. And then And then on December 5th, in Kandahar, we dropped, we had a friendly fire incident where we dropped the JDAM on our own position. Dan Pettitori, JD Davis, Cody Prosser killed. ODA 574, Amarine, Jason Amarine's the team leader. He's with Karzai's forces pushing on Kandahar to the south. Bagram's already taken. Kind of Kabul's, I think Kabul's already taken. Jason is pushing with Karzai's forces into Kandahar. Hank Smith's coming in with Shirzai from the south. We're doing this pincer movement onto Kandahar, and we have this devastating friendly fire incident. A team's destroyed, and I'm sitting there that morning, and I had been mission fishing. You know what that is? Like, I was like, we got to get into this thing. I would write every day. I would go and I would write a concept for the utilization of the B team and the A teams, and every day the commander would be like, shut up, get lost, stop it. Because I was really, really worried about missing the war.
Right.
I mean, really worried. Like, here it goes again, story of Miller's life. And sounds selfish, I know, but I was looking out for we all were there to get the job done. Right.
No, I think that was very common for people who, you know, like you said, like the first Desert Storm was so fast. And then you had these other events. You know, you had Somalia.
Well,
you had
if Special
Panama,
Forces
Grenada.
soldiers didn't want to get into the war, I'd be worried.
Right. You have a good point. We had been sensitized to, like, the war is going to be over very quickly.
Right.
And
Nobody thought it was going to go 20 years.
Yeah, none of us
right.
did.
You thought it'd be like
that's
you know,
another subject.
You'd be like it's going to be a 10-day op, or a 3-month op, a 6-month op, but the whole time you're sitting there worried that you're not going to get in it.
That's it, Dave. I'm just like, we're going to miss it.
Yeah.
So you did get in there December 2001, responding to the friendly fire incident. The thing I wanted to ask you about, actually, because I remember...
That was good. That's good. Like,
I remember seeing it on CNN when I was a kid, is the hospital mission.
Oh, my Lord.
And you were kind of in charge of that whole thing. I would love to hear it from the man himself.
Absolute debacle. I'm responsible.
On CNN, it looked really good, though.
So there are 3 Al-Qaeda, I think there might have been 4. I used to know this like the back of my hand. There's a hospital in Kandahar. On the 7th of December, right, we landed the December 5th. We made the move on Kandahar in quote-unquote, I call it captured Kandahar on the 7th of December. I think it was 7th or 8th. I could check my notes. We just drove into Kandahar because nobody was fighting at that point, and we just went to Mullah Omar's place. So you're driving in there, and you're seeing where Delta had come in and blown the place to shit. It was really, it was kind of, surrealistic, right? So we took Mullah Omar's place and made that our headquarters. And then we moved downtown to the palace, which stayed that way as a base forever. It was I think it was like the provincial headquarters province right across from that blue mosque where they had like the shroud of Turin. It wasn't the shroud of Turin. Like they had some like, the Prophet Muhammad, slept here or something. You're like, what?
I don't think he came through here, but okay.
Yeah, but I know. Just go with it.
Yeah.
Just go with it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It was a very, very sacred spot right across the street. So we get in there, we set up shop, first Americans in there, quote unquote, war's over, right? And the night after, I know this now. At the time, I didn't. And Gary tells some great stories too, but this is the one that got away where you're like, man, I screwed that up really badly. The battalion commander, I was a 3rd battalion guy. I'm going in with 2nd Battalion, Dave Fox, he was a battalion commander. And if there was one person I didn't like in group, it was Dave Fox. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to work for Dave Fox. Dave Fox was this very taciturn, quiet guy. Had this great white beard, very handsome. He'd played, I think he played linebacker or defensive back for University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and then legendary, tried out for the Dallas Cowboys, but decided to become a Green Beret instead or some shit. Dave Fox ended up being one of my heroes, one of the best commanders, leaders I've ever worked for, which is the point being first impressions. So I'm with Dave Fox, and Gary Harrington tells a story in his podcast about when bin Laden scrammed, remember? Mm-hmm. And he said that he suspects that the anti-Taliban forces that we were working with had a kind of an agreement to let him slide out. Well, the same thing happened with the Taliban leadership in Kandahar. I didn't know it at the time. I found out the next morning. When you play it back, you're like, those sons of bitches. So one of the A teams says, we need to cut the road from Kandahar to Spin Bulldog? What's the border crossing in Pakistan, Afghanistan?
I'm not sure offhand.
Oh, it all doesn't make it. There's the long road, and I was wrong. Hank Smith was right, said cut the road because they're going to exfil tonight. All the remaining Taliban, Al-Qaeda people are going to haul ass to Pakistan tonight. So I was like, we were just like, huh. I went to Shirzai. I went to Dave Fox. Dave's like, Chris, we got to maintain rapport. We can't, there's a limit to how far we can push these people right now. Gulaga Shirzai is the guy in control, the Lion of Kandahar, Son of the Lion or something. Amazing guy, still alive, survivor. And we go, hey, should we cut the road tonight? He goes, Mish Mishkila, no problem. It's all good. And that was the night they E&E'd out, and they just had this. And I think the Air Force reported they had their the planes up. They can look at MTI, moving target indicator. They're like 200 vehicles just left Kandahar on their way to Pakistan. There were 3 individuals that didn't get the word. They were in the hospital. No, it was 4 in the hospital in Kandahar. And I guess they didn't get the email. Like, tonight's the night to E&E. So we're like, whatever. But eventually you got to deal with this problem. So the first plan was to use a ruse. And the A-team went in and did a parlay with them, talking to them. And the Al-Qaeda guys are like, if you swear on the Quran that you will not kill us, we will surrender. So I love messing with the lawyers, the judge advocate generals. I was like, hold on. I call back to Karshi-Khanabad. I said, I need a legal ruling. Can we, agree that if we swear on the Quran, and because I'm sure they woke the lawyer up in the middle of the night. This is like 2:30 in the morning. I'm just laughing the whole time like, this is great. Get a ruling back. Yeah, you can do that. So the A-team does this. The Al-Qaeda guys are like, okay, we're done. And then they walk out and they see all these the Afghan partner force, and they're like, oh, shit. Run back in, barricade themselves. I'm like, that great idea clearly didn't work, so we're going to dig them out. We're going to go dig them out at this point. Now, remember, this time we didn't realize Al-Qaeda, that they were going to fight to the death. We actually thought there would be kind of this oh, you're going to see you're surrounded and you'll give up.
Right.
So we have our partner force. We select 12 of the best dudes. And the A-team gives them special training. And true Special Forces A-team, they have that target cloth. I don't know where they got it. They make buildings, and they teach them how to do close quarter battles, right? We're just teaching you for, whatever comes up. You're the special people. And then the night before, it's like, oh, by the way, tomorrow we're going to go dig these guys out of the hospital. Good lesson learned on this one, Green Beret. Shouldn't have told them, number one, that night, because of the 12, 6 of them haul ass. Take all their kit, dude.
Yeah.
All their, wow, I guess we lost a couple of M4s on that one. They're gone. So now we have our assault force of 6 dudes in the morning. And we go to the hospital. I was a trained demolitionist, right? There's a wall, brick wall. The wing had 6 rooms, 3 on each side, where these Al-Qaeda holdouts were barricaded in there. The plan was brilliant. I wrote the plan. It was brilliant. I said, we're going to do this. We're going to be in and out in 10 minutes. I timed it like a counterterrorism thing. And one of the team leaders, I said, your only job is we're going to come in the backside of the hospital where they can't see us, and then we'll just like blow the wall down, go grab them, be done. We'll be out. Guess who's in a guest house directly across the street? You brought up CNN. CNN had their guest house across the street from the hospital. I knew this, right? I said, we'll be done before this ever hits. What I wanted to do is to blow down the wall right at morning prayers, right? Because I knew they'd be in the hallway, and like, we'll blow that wall down, and this will work fine. So I tell the team leader, I'm like, hey, you good with the route? Sir, I got this. I said, hey, a technique I used to use back in the day was I'd mark the route with infrared chem lights, glow sticks, put them on so I know where to turn so I don't get confused, because in the middle of the night, I don't need that, sir. Kind of looking down his nose at me like, oh, like, you cheater. The fire worm goes out. You know where this is going. I see the turn that we don't take, and we drive right in front of the wing of the hospital they're in. I literally see the lights flip on. You see the Al-Qaeda dudes looking out the window. I literally like just waving at them. We'll see you in a few minutes. So we lost the element of surprise at that point. Breach charge goes off. We talked to the engineer who had built the wall. I said, is there any rebar in here? No rebar. No, just bricks. Engineer, the demo guys, I was like, double the charge. Like, sir, we don't need double charge. I was like, double the charge. Okay, whatever. Stacks in. They're around the corner. Charge goes off. Kabam! There's a pane of glass, like it's an old school hospital, right? With the panes of glass. It says, surgery, Hadn't thought this one through. The explosion takes that pane of glass and drops it like a guillotine. Everybody's like, it's on YouTube somewhere, because we weren't supposed to film, but somebody filmed this. Charge goes off. There's rebar, of course, but it doesn't matter because we doubled the charge. Fellas go in. First room on the left. We're going to clear with grenades first. We didn't train them well enough. Like, throw the grenade in, wait for it to go off. You know where this is going, don't you? Grenades go in. That crack of a grenade. And then there's just quiet. And then I hear screaming. They followed
him in.
Our indigenous assault force followed their grenades in. And the 6 assaulters, done. They evac them out. I'm like, all right, what do we do now? This is clearly going to be longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
At this point, CNN, you're seeing, I'm watching. I'm like right across the street from them. I have my command post. Lights going on, cameras coming out. I was like, long day. So, yeah, we get done with the operation for the day. It goes on. It becomes a comedy routine at a point, right? The Afghans are all like, they were crying. I was like, I had the doc look at them. They're like, they're fine, They'd been injured and all, but we weren't going to evac them right away. But that's neither here nor there. And ultimately, we tried to burn them out. That didn't work. It got sillier by the moment. Finally, because my orders were to make sure that the Afghans did the mission, not any U.S. Finally, 2 warrant officers like, sure, we'll take care of it from here. And they led the assault, and they they threw in satchel charges, and we ended it. It got even crazier than that, but I could go on all day about that one.
I remember seeing the report on CNN, and it's sort of like discombobulated special forces guy with like a beard on television.
That was me.
Which was probably you.
It was me.
And he's like, well, our host nation partner forces handled the situation extremely well, and they took it from top to bottom. And I was looking at, and I mean, I was like 18 at the time, and I was like, this sounds like bullshit. Special forces doing special forces stuff. So awesome. These guys are so awesome.
That was me.
And now I get to hear the real story behind it.
We had our beards and we were wearing our ball caps, and the thing gets done, and I get a call from Dave Fox. He's like, you got to go talk to the reporters. I'm like, we don't do that, special forces, but salute and execute. I was that guy, and I was like, I had always avoided media training, and I was like, I'm never going to talk to the press. I'd avoided it my whole life, and now I'm on like camera,
right?
Bullshitting, like you were saying. You want to know the funny?
You hit all the good bullet points, though. I mean,
I made it up as I went. Like, we couldn't. This is a testament to the power of the Afghan security forces.
Our coalition is undefeated.
My daughters I had 3 kids at the time. They were young, and they were sitting at the dinner table and yelled, "Mommy, it's Daddy." It was on, I think it was on ABC. The news was on, and my wife's like, "What are you talking about?" She goes out, and that's me doing the tap dance. And that was my first big combat mission. Complete abomination. But you know what we learned on that one? Like, we had this idea that Al Qaeda was I don't want to say rational, but that they were going to use Western standards of warfare, where like they're going to see it's all over.
Yeah, put their hands in the air and come out with a white flag. And
that's where we were, though, cognitively at that point of the war. And of course, after that event, I'm like, oh, why didn't we just kill them right up front?
Right.
Like, why don't we just drive up, hit that room with a doggone not dragon. What was the?
I wonder if part of it too is that they are thinking from their point of view that all soldiers are like Russians, that you're just going to execute them the second.
I'm sure they did,
but they're also. I mean, it's also AQ, so they're jihadists. Like there's martyrdom. And heaven, paradise,
it's glorious
at the end of it for them.
We didn't realize it at the time.
Right.
And of course, by the time we got to Iraq,
right.
Mulholland would have this great question. He was like, "Who's the enemy?" And I'd roll my eyes like it's like Fedayeen or whatever. But he had a key point, because if it's Al Qaeda, they're going to fight to the death.
Right.
So we're going to take a different approach with them. Why do anything?
Right.
Why do anything sophisticated? Just go in there and kill them.
Right.
I mean, like, don't overthink this.
And that's that's kind of what the war became like in the later years. Was you would go up, you would do a call out. They would say, we're not coming out. They'd send out their wives and kids.
Right.
So that they were like in it to win it. And then you just hopefully be able to back off and call in an airstrike because you know what it's going to come down to.
So take us into Iraq. 2003, you planned like a pretty big operation, taking the boys out on kind of a like long range desert patrol mission kind of. It sounded pretty interesting when I read about it in your book.
Well, so we did unconventional warfare, very small footprint, very light, total special ops war. So I got to see that, We'd never done that. We had never done unconventional warfare in the history of the regiment. So we got to do that. And then I left company command and became the operations officer for 3rd Battalion. And we get home. Gary says he was the last one home. I sure felt like the last one. I'm sure it was Gary. But got home. Gary got to take leave. I got home and the next day showed up and started planning the war in Iraq. And man, that was surrealistic, dude. But we went from small footprint to that was like big war. This is American way of war. Like tanks, M1s, combined arms. Dude, it was like ridiculous. And now the 5th Special Forces Group, remember a Desert Storm where Saddam Hussein was launching his missiles into Israel? They thought he'd do them again. They were called Scud. I don't know what Scud, whatever. Was going to launch missiles into Israel again. So his 5th Special Forces Group this time was tasked with gaining control of the Western Desert where they launched them last time. So that was a strategic mission. Like that's like a good Green Beret mission.
Yeah.
Like it was rat patrol.
The
shit,
whole
right?
Scud Hunter thing, right?
Yeah, man, it was legit.
Yeah.
So 1st Battalion gets that. They're the glory boys. This is the big deal, right? And it was precisely what Special Forces was created for, to handle that thing, right? 2nd Battalion was handling the South and raising insurgents, or not raising, but, doing kind of behind enemy line stuff in the South and doing some special reconnaissance. And then 3rd Battalion, we were the reserve. We had no mission. I don't know about you, but I didn't join the Army to be the damn reserve.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
Right.
I was like, reserve? That's bullshit. So I decided the mission would be, I changed the mission to we would be the main effort for the takedown of Baghdad. And we set up at Najaf. The Najaf Karbala Gap was the battle handover. The 2nd Battalion had it up to there, and then we would pick it up from there. And so we'd have these briefbacks, right, with Colonel Mulholland and leadership. And 1st Battalion, like it'd be all day, it'd be 8 hours. 1st Battalion would take about 6 hours. 2nd Battalion, because they love to talk, would take an hour and 45 minutes, hour 50 minutes. 3rd Battalion would get like all of 10 minutes to brief. And by this point, everybody's like, just make it end.
Right.
So I'm like, I don't have to prepare any slides. So they didn't want very successful operation in the Western Desert. Like strategically, it was the largest landmass ever controlled by Special Forces. It was, huge.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it was a really big deal.
Yeah.
And but of course we get to Baghdad, right? And things kludged at that point. So we flew in at that point with 3rd Battalion and got there right. There was Thunder Run. Are you guys tracking? We're 3rd Infantry Division.
Yeah.
Colonel Perkins, like the one of the greatest warriors this country has ever produced. I mean, that guy, dude, that brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division, that whole division, rocket the bar, man. I'm literally, man, I see those cats. I'm like, I just go up. I'm like, thank you so much. I'm like the old guy with the white hair. I just go up to these young kids. I'm like, you're part of the best division in the history of the Army. And we got there for the 2nd Thunder Run, where they took the city. They went downtown and stayed there. So we rolled in and we just started doing HVT hunting because we had no mission at this point, because we thought that there was going to be like this long Stalingrad thing, right? Where we're going to and the whole plan was we were going to lock down the city. And then my genius idea, which got roundly criticized, I got like so much shit from leadership on this. Sadr City, Shia enclave in a Sunni-dominated city. We're going to go into Sadr City and we're going to turn that in to an enclave and we'll fight out of it. Higher headquarters thought that was a really stupid idea, and we didn't have to do it ultimately. So then we didn't have a mission. I was like, it's board Green Berets.
The DECA 52.
Yeah.
Was out there.
Board Green Berets. Deck of cards. You called it.
Yeah.
So Battalion Commander Tim Williams, he let me, run ops. I said, here's your mission. Go grab these.
Yeah.
That was the easiest op order I've ever written. Gave him a deck of cards and said,
find these.
And they're like,
yeah.
And hey, Jack, I learned like the power of the Special Forces Regiment. Like that's all they needed to know. They didn't need detailed instructions. Like here. And they made magic happen.
Commander's intent and let it go.
It was stupid.
Yep.
It was stupid.
Yep.
I'm very proud of that in a very kind of weird way. Like the best operation order I ever read or wrote and issued was, here's a deck of cards. Have a nice day. Go bring as many of these people in. And we turned it into a competition, obviously.
Yeah.
Because Green Berets.
Yeah.
What?
No, I mean, it's amazing. And you came back. You write though. I mean, through all this incredible experience though, about when you got home from the war, and just having like these profound reservations about what you guys had done.
And you actually read the book, Jack.
Yeah,
that's
your job. I know.
Yeah, that's how we
Dave,
roll.
I know that's how you guys roll.
I mean, I think you wrote about like actually like weeping when you got home. About
Yeah, man,
fighting
I had a breakdown.
An
Yeah,
unjust war, as you called it. Was this sort of a change in how you...
It had started before then, because remember, we'd always been trained that our superiors knew what was going on, and they were smarter than we were, and there was a grand plan, and like get in line. And there were just so many instances where you're like, damn, I don't think they know what they're doing. And yeah, when
you were high enough up there to see it.
Yeah, and it was kind of the scales falling from your eyes, where you're like almost a Wizard of Oz moment, where you're like, damn, that's who's running this whole thing. I was told I was smoked, dude. I was just.
You said you worked like 657 days.
It was no joke, man.
Straight.
I'm waiting for somebody to call me out on that. I'm waiting for some Twitter feed to call me out. Like
I'll call you. I'll hit you up tomorrow.
Yeah, do, man. And I had been a battalion. I had been elevated from battalion 18A teams to the 5th Special Forces Group operations officer. So 3 battalions, what is that, 54 A teams. And we had this realization, it wasn't me, it was Kurt Sontag, was like, this war is going to last a long time, and we need to get our shit together. So Chris, you need to go home now and start preparing the group for sustained long-term operations. And I was like, yeah, whatever, I just want to go home. And so Kurt was the executive officer, second in command of the group. Hector Pagan was our group commander. And I said, can I leave? He goes, leave. And I went down to the airfield that night and said, what's the first thing smoking out of here? And they're like, tomorrow morning, C-17. I was like, I'll be here. Great Green Beret story. I won't bore you with it. Hilarious. Got on the plane, hook and crook. It had a MH-40, a Chinook helicopter that was shot up, and the crew was on with the helicopter, and they were turning. I didn't know where they were going. So we have this huge plane. I'm on it with the crew. That's all that's on it. Fly into Ramstein. No, it was the other place. It was the old one that's no longer there in Frankfurt. What was the name of that Air Force base? Was it?
Did it start with an L?
No. Got a legendary place that no longer has been closed, and landed. And I thought,
no, that's a hospital.
That's a hospital.
Yeah.
And got off the plane and went in to the what do they call that? Space available terminal, the Air Force thing. It's like, they have the flights up there, and they had one going to the C-17 place in Savannah. Is it Charleston? I was like, hey, can I get on that? And I see there's also one going to Fort Campbell, but I'm not factoring it in. Here's the point of the story. Don't you love AFI snack bars? It was the old, the orange, where you could go and get a hot dog.
Yeah.
Remember
Orange Julius, right?
Yeah. And they would have like
the corn dog, is
crappy pizza, and corn dogs that you can never get in the States.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm a little hungry. I go up there. There's a kid from the 101st flying out, and he's trying to get money out of the ATM machine, and it's not working. And dude, you always carry your ATM card. You never know. Like in combat, might need your credit card, right? I was like, hey man, how's it going? He said, I need some money. Put my shit in, got $100 out, gave him $50, man. I said, good luck, man. I just remember that, and the kid, just being able to pass it on, because I just experienced that. And I'm thinking, like, there was a thing up there about Fort Campbell. Same plane. I didn't realize. I got home to Fort Campbell, dude. You could not get a charter flight quicker. I went from Iraq to Fort Campbell, Kentucky in 12 hours or something.
Yeah.
Land. And then won't bore you to tears, but got home and I was alone. My family had left for July 4th weekend and I was alone. And yeah, man, I was like, what did we just do?
Right.
Yeah.
What did we just do, man?
Yeah.
It's like we just invaded. It was a hoot. Like, I know the death and destruction's horrible, but as a professional soldier, to be able to have an unconventional warfare thing and then to see the power. Dude, we landed planes on interstate highways.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of, there's no other country in the world that can do this.
Yeah.
Like, they would set up gas stations on the interstates and we just land. I mean, it was just amazing.
Well, that was like, because I think it was Thunder Run, right? Where like the Minister of Information was like on the TV saying there are no Americans in Baghdad while there are tanks,
Baghdad.
while there are tanks like
Ass.
moving behind him, you know.
It was epic.
Yeah.
It was epic.
How are you guys enjoying the Monte Cristos?
Those are nice,
I'm
man.
still smoking it. I really like it.
Yeah.
And it was,
It's not too harsh, right?
I was worried because
Yeah.
I figured I would be so hallucinating.
Yeah.
No.
That I wouldn't be
they're
able
very-
to speak.
that's the
and you
little-
might think I'm hallucinating,
No,
but
that's
I'm
the
not.
little rolled ones he has in there that have the little crystals on the
Where
outside.
you like get the ones that come from Chaps,
Yeah,
the special
yeah,
ones,
yeah.
yeah.
Where you get nicotine or
Yeah.
whatever poison.
And how about, I just want to talk, I know we're running kind of late, but space A flights are honestly one of the biggest secrets of the military. Space available, like where you just show up at an air terminal and say, hey, I want to go somewhere where you, even in peacetime, where are you going?
You hear those stories of people that are like, I end up in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
You just go wherever.
I did that. I ended up in Landstuhl, or not Landstuhl, but in Ramstein, I think, or wherever the air base was, and then took a little like $100 flight to Morocco from there.
Oh
you know,
my God.
yeah.
So, Chris,
Right.
this is the point of the interview where I have to ask you: do you want to go home, or do you want us to finish the interview?
It is 10:08.
And
All
I
right,
can
you
pest-
fit-
I can
come on,
pester you-
man.
I can pester you to come back another time.
What do you want to do? It's up to you. I'm fine.
I mean,
Okay.
look, we've covered.
I've been talking too much.
No,
I
you
realize
haven't.
that. I'm sorry.
We're-
You guys are evil. You do this
we're
to me.
interviewing you. Like
We
you should
are-
be talking most of it.
We still
You're
got
evil.
We still got Operation Red Wings, ASD Solik, NSC, and then your time as SecDef. Which
Does
we're-
anybody care about any of this?
Yes.
I read your damn book, and you were going to talk about it on this interview.
Yes, sir.
But so because
Jack.
you did give us like a 2-hour hard stop. We're happy to go.
Okay,
Yeah.
Longer.
let's go.
All right.
Okay.
So 2005.
Your listeners right now are like,
no, they love this shit.
No.
they do.
And
you got great listeners, dude.
2005.
we have the best audience ever.
You're back in Afghanistan, and dare I say, you had this sort of weird commander position. Was this the CTPTs
Yes.
that you were with? Okay.
That was the best job I ever had.
It sounded
in the
fun.
military.
And you painted the picture in your book. We've talked to like Nicholas Moore and Tony Brooks and Alan Mack and all these guys who were involved in Operation Red Wings. And your
What a
book,
great bunch of dudes.
your book, like kind of backfilled some of the gaps.
There's still
for
a
that
lot
story
that-
for me.
That story, I wish, every time it's still a
There's
thing.
a little bit more that comes out every
It's still
time
a
you
thing
talk about
where
it.
you'll be sitting at the bar or you'll be at a meeting and you'll talk to somebody and they're like, and you learn something new every time about Red Wings.
Tell us about your experience.
I don't think you guys can handle it. You're getting another cigar.
Wait, hold on. Let's just do this, and then we can handle it. There's a little bit more of that.
You're there.
I
You're
was
CTPT
I'm running
commander.
CTPT, which was a Afghan mercenary force for all practical purposes that we trained. It was an interagency function, as you know, CIA, Green Beret, Navy SEALs, the whole kit and caboodle back to Bosnia, right? We just kind of they called them cross-functional teams. It was all together. So yeah, there were three of us running 200-man mercenary force.
All 3 SF guys, or was it like
I was the only SF guy. There were 2 agency guys.
cool?
Oh, it was really cool. And people would rotate out, and a lot of the time, I'd be the only one there. So Yeah, you've got your. I mean, that's like the ultimate Green Beret mission. That's
Yeah.
what I joined. I don't know about you, man. What'd you join SF for? I joined SF to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like have Indige mercenaries.
Yeah, go throw back to Mac v. Sog working with Montagnards and Chinese mercenaries.
It was Mike Force.
yeah,
That's what it was. I was like, I get to do that, you're alone, and so you do all the functions. You're the sergeant major, you're the commander, you're the personnel officer, intel officer, all that stuff, and we're running them. And usually you go for 60 or 90 days, and you'd rotate. And we're in Asadabad. And dude, I'm on my way home, which is beautiful. All my kit's packed up. I'm sitting on the porch in the Asadabad of our house. We have rocking chairs. Don't Charlotte Airport, the rocking chairs. I don't know how we got the rocking chairs. I'm sitting there in the rocking chair and I'm like, I'm going home. This is great. Family had this huge vacation plan to go to France. My mother had just gotten through a bout of cancer. We were going to have this beautiful family thing. And I'm like, I'm checked out, right, man? I'm done. Shit's loaded, ready to go home. All I'm waiting to do is to get on the helicopter that night, fly back to, where are we? We're in Afghanistan, so I'm flying back to Kabul, right? Yeah. And then flying home. And I see there's a Special Forces A team across the street from us that was running another force, like I forgot what they called them.
Kandak.
Yeah, one of those things. And I knew the team leader, and I just see this frantic activity going on. This is probably like 4 o'clock. I'm trying to get 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I go down there and I talk to the team leader, Christian Sessoms, like, what's going on? Chris, I can't tell you. Southern guy, great guy. I was like, no problem. If you need anything, let me know. Because something bad really happened. I was like, we're here for you. Go back and sit down. I'm just watching. Finally, I can't stand it anymore. So I just walked over and went into their team room and realized that the special reconnaissance team that the Navy SEALs put in had been compromised. The reaction force had been shot down. I think they lost one helicopter, had crashed, and nobody knows what's going on. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay. Selfish voice is like, I really want to go home. That's one of one of those weird ones. And I'm just a normal dude, so don't take this egotistical. But I had to do some thinking on that one. Because we talk about
should I go or should I not go?
No one left behind, right? We have an obligation. If there's an American soldier or American service member in need, you don't bail on him. But I got to tell you, I might have thought about it,
right?
Because I know how this ends. In the movie, how's the movie end? The guy who is on his way home, goes on one final mission,
right?
Yeah, and
you know how it ends.
Yeah,
it's a recovery. It's not a rescue.
Well, but the thing is, it's like the cop who is on his last day before he retires, or
who answers the call,
the soldier who just had a baby. Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. Because I have a hyperactive imagination, man. I'm like, this is. I know how this ends. And I walk back and I tell the head Afghan that was my partner. I said, get everybody up, get everything out in the street, get all our trucks lined up, get ready. We're going to move out on an operation. I can't tell you what it is. You know what they do? They're getting paid. Yes, Mr. Chris.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chris. Fucking shit gets wired.
Yeah.
Man, what a great bunch of people, Those trucks we had were just so, oh my God. I went in and I'm finally now older and mature and have had a lot of lessons learned, a lot of scar tissue from doing things wrong. And that A team is doing the best they can, but I can just see that it's disjointed. And I said, and it's frantic. And so I just said, I didn't say anything. I pulled out a butcher block board because you know where I'm going with this. Let's just do mission planning the way we've been trained.
Right.
So I just put that butcher block up and I said, let's do mission analysis. Step 1 is what's the enemy situation, and everybody just snapped in at that point. I was like, my job here is done. I'm being a little facetious. And then the biggest thing we talked about escape and evasion earlier, and the warrant officer is always in charge of escape and evasion planning. And I don't know about you, Jack, you're better than I am. You probably paid attention. I hated that shit. Like, Chief would be like, we gotta do this. And you'd like, leave it alone. And they would always talk about command and control. And I would just like, Chief, leave it alone. We don't care. The problem was, it was the Navy SEALs were in there. 7th Group was in charge of special forces, special operations. They were being ripped. They were being relief in place. By 3rd Group was coming in. It was the worst possible moment anything could ever happen. So who's in charge?
Right.
Who's in charge? And we finally get that worked out. And let's be honest, Counterterrorism Task Force took over. JSOC just said, we got this. But that took a long, long time. And so we decide they put in a restricted, what's a RAS? Restricted airspace, where they shut down the airspace.
Yeah.
I forgot the name. Where you can't fly anything, because they thought that the Taliban, they weren't Taliban, but the insurgents, the enemy, had shot down the helicopter with surface-to-air missiles.
Right.
And you've had some of those guys you've had on, there's a lot more coming out about this. So we couldn't fly in. Like, the most powerful military in the world, all this extra high-end equipment, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to walk our ass up there. And you've been to Colorado Springs. Yeah. You look up at Pikes Peak.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was like that. You're like, holy shit, we got to get up there. But this isn't Pikes Peak, like, very where
There's
the weather's
trails
good.
And roads built into it. Yeah.
So we all move out that morning, and we just, like, anybody that wants to show up, be at the vehicle drop-off point at the base of this mountain. And dude, you're just looking up there. We're like we can see the crest, but they're not there. They're behind it. And it's like, what I remember most was the sun came up really, really early. Like, I could swear it was like 5 o'clock. Sun's out. Dude, it's like, I'd like to look at the weather. It seemed like it was 80 degrees Fahrenheit at the time, and just going up, no clouds. And have you ever seen those pictures of World War II in going over the hump, or you'd see people going where they're walking up these hills and you have these switchbacks, like that? That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
And
it's a combined force. It's CTPTs, Special Forces, and you guys had an RRD team with you?
RRD shows up. I didn't even know what RRD was, man. Those are the toughest dudes I have ever met in my life, the most professional soldiers. I was so in awe. We had a Ranger platoon, so you got this, like, first lieutenant. He was great with his 40 Rangers. You guys can appreciate this. You got RRD. Then the Navy SEALs, like, anybody that could get there showed up. We had 2 Special Forces A teams. We had a Special Forces B team, a company headquarters. And then I got 50. I didn't take all of our force. I just took 50 of our counterterrorism pursuit team, our mercenary force. It was like, here's the plan. Movement to contact, which, is, we all know, is not all the technology. Why would you ever do a movement to contact? Movement to contact, for those that don't know this, is like you just walk until you run into the end. They start shooting at you.
Yeah.
You're like, we found them.
Yeah, right.
I was like, oh man, this is going to suck. This is going to suck so bad.
It's funny because I think it was Tony Brooks who said, like, they were the guys that roped in from the 47s, the Rangers.
That night.
And he was like, we ran into an RRD team up in the mountains, and it was just like one of the mystique around them was like, how did you guys get up here?
You want to know how that got there?
Yeah.
So we walk our ass up there. People are falling out, like Green Berets, because they're wearing 140 pounds. You know what I took?
An LCE?
Basic load ammunition.
Yeah.
Rangers were great. You'll love this, you 2 Rangers. I was leaving, so I forgot to take money. Thank goodness there was a Green Beret that had money, and they rented like every donkey or mule they could find. And the Carl Gustav gunner from the Rangers, how much does that thing weigh?
It's a big fucking.
It's like that was my first job. I think it's like 27 pounds.
Yeah. Plus the rounds.
The rounds are.
Yeah.
He's got that thing, and I'm like, hey, I didn't call him son. That would have been like, I felt like, son. I said, hey, man, why don't you put your Carl Gustav on the donkey? And he's like, because his platoon sergeant, his squad leader, he's like, you will never be beyond one step.
Right.
And it was so cute, right?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man, poor guy. By the time we got going, that thing was on the donkey. Here's what happens. It's so hot, the donkeys quit. I didn't know they were allowed to quit. Like when they're done, they're done.
Yeah,
They're like, we're done,
for the day.
Yeah, and they're not.
I was like
There's a reason they say stubborn as a mule, right?
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that happened, So now we're just walking. We walk up. We run out of water right away. It goes from bad to worse. We're just combat ineffective. And the decision is made to put together what's called a flying column of the Ranger RRD, because these are like, this is easier than PT. I don't know what you guys
and the Indage who grew up there and don't, right?
RRD and a couple stellar Green Berets, Kent Solheim and some other people, decide, pool all the water. We're going to give all our water to like these 20 dudes, and they're going to haul ass. And can I talk about me a second? Oh, that's all I'm doing.
Indeed.
I was like, I so want to be part of that. Like I've been training for this moment all my life. A desperate mission.
Right.
Where it is success, cataclysmic success or cataclysmic failure. And I was like, I am the leader of the mercenary force. I have to stay with them and do my job.
Were they doing all right? Or were they falling out?
Indige is doing fine because we didn't carry body armor.
Yeah.
Everybody else is wearing body armor. I was like, we're all dead anyhow.
So they got their
What's the
calash
matter?
over their shoulder by the barrel.
Yeah.
Running shoes. Mm-hmm. And basic load.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then so they take off, the flying column takes off. I was like envious tears. Like I wish I was with them. We keep moving for the night. The Indige, out of nowhere, there's a village, and they like, blah, 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 blah. And we get all this food and shit comes up to us. And that's, at that night, is when the Rangers fast roped in. And the reason I know this is because we're on this like knife's edge, the classic knife's edge ridge line. I knew that we were quite expendable when the Green Beret major said, Chris, I said, he didn't know I was a lieutenant colonel. He found out later, but I was just Chris at the time, and I was trying to be helpful. It's his show. He's the officer in charge. He's the ground force commander. He goes, why don't you take the Afghans out and pull security closest to the enemy? I was like, oh, I know how this is going to work. We're just cannon fodder. I'm like, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
And that was, I made a mental decision that if the Rangers got in to the crash site successfully, I would take the mercenary force out, because I knew we were beyond fourth class citizens. Like the Rangers still were like, we got Afghans with us, we ought to kill them all. Not Rangers. That changed later in the war, but at this point it's still that way. And I just remember trying to sleep, and it was so humid your clothes wouldn't dry. But you know how it is at elevation, it plummeted the temperature. I'm just lying there freezing, and I hear we needed a water resupply. So when the MH-47s brought in the Rangers, they brought in a resupply bird and started kicking 5-gallon cans and MRE boxes off the back, because the good idea of airdropping stuff didn't work. Long story, won't bore you with that. What the fuck were they thinking about? And there's the surrealistic moment of the MH-47 hovering directly over me, lying there in the fetal position in some sort of like feverish dream, and 5-gallon water cans and MRE boxes start like landing around me. I'm like, this is ironic that I'm going to be killed by my own side with 5-gallon water cans dropping on me. Rangers got in that night, fast roped in, patrolled in, got to the crash site. At this point, I'm like, the major comes up with this great idea that we're going to leapfrog forces forward, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, we're going to be the last to move. Oh, yes, you are. It's like, I have an idea. We're going to reposition the reaction force, the mercenary force I was in charge of, back to Assadabad so we can more rapidly respond. You could just see him like, oh, thank God. But now I'm concerned because I'm abandoning the Americans, right?
Right.
So I try to call back. I get on SATCOM. Doesn't work. I get on Iridium to call back to base, to my higher headquarters to get permission. Can't talk to anybody. So that's another one of those moments where you're like, okay, here we go. Back to the Indige. They were absolutely smoked by the end of this.
Yeah.
'Cause there's this legend like, oh my God, they can walk on the mountain forever. No, they can't. They got done and they were absolutely gassed. It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
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 So at that point, Rangers secure the crash site, start leaping forward. Marcus Luttrell's on the run. We don't know this. Now, remember, this area was the most, all of our intelligence assets from satellites on down were focused on that piece of terrain. And it wasn't that big. And we had no idea where Marcus Luttrell was. Anybody that says differently is full of shit.
Yeah.
And that was another eye-opener, Jack, where I'm like, oh, gosh, we've been promised all this stuff, and this comes down to hard
Patrolling.
people, physically fit, that are willing to close with and engage the enemy and won't quit. And that was like one of those eye-opening moments. It's so like, no duh, it's so obvious, but we had been trained to think that we're going to have all these assets available, but it just came down to being really, really tough. That was my takeaway. And then, the rest of the story, Mark. I was on the other end when Marcus was recovered, but we don't want to bore everybody with that. There's a great story that hasn't been told about that.
Okay, well you can.
It's one of your Ranger. No,
you can slide into my inbox with that story.
Okay,
and we'll work on that. So fast forwarding a little bit from Red Wings, 2010 thereabouts. John Mulholland asks you to take over ASD Solik. And it sounded in the book like you were even a little bit like, what the hell am I doing? What's this all about? And could you tell us what that was about?
It was to be, it wasn't to take over Solik. It was to be, I'd been promoted to colonel. I'd gone to the farm during a fellowship. And I was planning to go do something else. But then General Mulholland called and said, hey, I need you to go to Solik. And I didn't even know what that was. I literally had no idea. Remember in the Q course where they would train you about how they give you a class about how the Pentagon works? I didn't pay any attention to that because I was like, I'm never going to the Pentagon. I don't give a shit. So he goes, I need you to go be the colonel at ASD Solik, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations, Low Intensity Conflict, the civilian element that oversees all Special Operations Forces, United States Special Operations Command. I literally... Fortunately, we had Google by then. So I said, okay, hung up, and I had to Google. I was mowing my lawn. I was supposed to be at work. Don't tell Colonel Mulholland, General Mulholland that. I was completely shamming. And I thought I was going to be a secretary.
Like an actual secretary?
Yeah, like taking shorthand. I thought I was
taking the minutes.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be a secretary. It's like, and then I found out, okay, I learned more about that. So I went there as a colonel with the intention of then retiring. And so that was my first tour at the Pentagon, learning how all that works.
Yeah.
And the big thing we did there was irregular warfare, because the Department of Defense does not really give a crap about counterinsurgency. They like
Right.
they like tanks and planes and aircraft carriers, and special operations is regular warfare. Most powerful weapon systems between your ears.
But ASD Solik, I mean, is it fair to say it represents special ops in the Pentagon?
Yeah.
That you guys write the policy, underwrite some of the policy?
Budget, all that crap, all this stuff nobody wants to do. I got to do that. It was great.
So do you have to like sell a lot? Do you have to like educate people as to what your mission capabilities are, how you're a force multiplier?
Which is that Dave, you just described it, man. That's exactly what you're doing. You're like, I thought everybody knew about us. They don't know.
Who hasn't seen John Wayne in the Green Beret, right?
A lot of people haven't, I guess. Yeah, it was just like weird. So that was my experience at my first experience at the Pentagon. Seeing how that's a different world.
Yeah.
You're a field guy, and now you're in there.
Yeah.
And you're working with civilians, and you talked about bureaucracy. It was like, damn.
Yeah.
You talked about how like the first year you were kind of lost, but then in the next couple of years you kind of like became engrossed in it, almost more than you wanted to, right?
Green Berets, we always love to learn new environments. It was a different culture.
Yeah.
And it was a different culture, and then we figure things out.
Yeah.
And then I figured it out by the end. But as I said in the book, the problem is that can become counterproductive, because once you figure out how they play the game in Washington, D.C., you kind of start becoming corrupt.
Right.
You start.
When I say corrupt, I don't mean like, oh, I'm getting money on the side.
Right.
It's just you start thinking
like a bureaucrat,
as opposed. Right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or is
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
It absolutely. And I imagine like the budgets you guys were asking for was like nothing compared to like fielding a battalion of tanks or aircraft. Like,
amen. At the time, I think it was like 12 to 13 billion B. Now, bear in mind, most militaries in the world have a smaller budget than SOCOM does. But in terms of the United States, at the time, I think the Department of Defense budget was $600 billion. We're getting 13 billion. And let's be like, I get yelled at for this, but we're fighting the war.
Right.
Like, that's not to take away from the Marine Corps, the infantry, the Army, all this stuff.
But it's the lion's share of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm learning how all that works, whether I like to or not.
And then 2000, again, jumping forward a little bit, 2018, you took this NSC position being a counterterrorism advisor. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you went from ASD Solik to...
Retired. Number one, retired. Made the decision to leave the service. Had this kind of fundamental crisis of, do I accept the next promotion, the next
job?
Right. And
did you know what that was going to be at the time, or did you just?
Yeah. You want to be in command. I was selected for a colonel level command, and it kept switching. It wasn't a special forces group. I was supposed to go. Initially, they were changing things, and I would have been one of the commanders in Afghanistan for special forces, and then it got switched to Pakistan because we were doing this really, really big push to increase support there. But it's the end all be all, making command. But here was the thing: I needed a year off because my kid was. I made a vow to myself that when my kid was a senior in high school, I would stay at home that year. And the kid didn't care because they have a life, but I wanted to do that.
Right.
And that was the year I was supposed to take command. So I begged. I was like, "Hey, I'll go anywhere in the world the next year if you can just get me out of this right now." And that was not accepted as a course of action. So they're like, "Well, no."
Yeah.
So I declined command, which when you decline command in the Army is you end your career at that point. So I did that knowingly, and I realized it was time to transition out of the Army. I took one more job. There was an opportunity. They were setting up at Fort. You went to 4th Battalion. That whole thing, they set up an office, the Office of Special Warfare, OSW, which was this very innovative thing that General Cleveland, General Mulholland had got going. I was going to go do that things went sideways, so I went back to the special mission unit. And I always make fun. There's one officer that I always make fun of in every unit, and it's called the deputy commanding officer. Like, that's the worst job because you just get all the crappy jobs. Guess who's the DCO? You're looking at him, which I thought was perfect symmetry to my military career, to end up in the job that I always made fun of. Like, I would go out of my way to make fun of the deputy commanding officer. Like, so it was just so, like, perfect to go end my career as the deputy commanding officer of the special
Shoveling
mission.
shit.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. And then retired in 2014. And wife was absolutely like, hey, we're not moving. You can go wherever you want. If you're government town, what do? Go into government.
Yeah.
So I went back in and worked at the Pentagon. And then I was working at the Pentagon, and my buddy Chris Costa, a legendary figure in the Joint Unconventional Warfare Task Force, all this stuff, he's at the National Security Council, which is you advise the president on all things. He was in charge of counterterrorism at the National Security Council. He was leaving. He eventually called through his list, and I think I was the last one. And I said, sure, I'll interview, and got the job. And so I'm a government employee, Pentagon employee, loaned to the White House to do counterterrorism and transnational threats. That's how I ended
To
up.
directly advise the president on all counterterrorism operations.
Yeah.
And threats.
Yeah.
So how would that work for you? Were you taking like information given directly from like the DNI? Were they collating all the information and passing it to you?
Great question. So that was the first time in my career that, you have access to the presidential daily brief, and all the counterterrorism intelligence is fed into you. So every morning you show up at work, and I was the first one at work, and 7 o'clock this briefer shows up from the, in this case, from the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, and they just start running through every single threat, all that stuff. And, here's the one, I was like, hey, if there's an attack in the United States that's catastrophic, like, who's responsible for that? You would think it would be like director of the CIA, but they had established after September 11th, they created Homeland Security, they created the DNI, the National Counterterrorism Center, all these things, which I realized just diffused responsibility.
Right.
And I asked like all these people that are like way higher ranking than I am, right? I'm like, hey, who gets fired if there's like if we fail?
if you have to-
They're like, you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, damn.
Yeah, if
So
you
I
have to ask that question, it's probably you.
Yeah.
You're right, man. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
what the? Like, I'm the most junior guy here, and I'm the fall guy.
Yeah,
that's how it
I
works.
accepted that. It's not a complaint, but it just shows how our bureaucracy works.
Yeah.
Like, all the people that should be responsible created entire architecture so they're not responsible.
Right. Yeah.
I was wondering if you could tell us about the day of the Baghdadi raid. And you said that in the book that you had to develop your own sources of information because bureaucrats try to hide things from one another. It's like a turf battle.
CIA and the Joint Special Operations Command had compartmented that and decided that, it's the right answer in terms of compartmentation and not having a lot of access. But I'm the advisor to the president, and they cut me out.
Right.
And let me tell you what, that kind of
Asked you up?
Oh, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And they didn't know because, we had our own network of friends, co-workers, buddies that we knew that are reporting out to us real time what's going on. So I wasn't quote unquote on the bigot list and read on to the operation, but I knew exactly what was going on. And so it's a Saturday afternoon. I'm at home, and my buddy calls, goes, "Hey, it's on." It's like, thanks. Click. drive into the White House. Go to the Situation Room. There's General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's got 2 comms guys. Can you imagine? They're trying to get the Predator feed, the ISR feeds. You know how that is.
18
That's
Echo.
like, oh my God. They're like, dang, that's like a real work. So they're frantically like, oh my gosh, the feed's not working. It's really fun to watch them work. And I just sat down at the head table, man. It's like I'm here.
Invited yourself.
I invited myself, and the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, comes in. What are you doing here, Chris? It's like, boss, come on. And was there for that operation, which was absolutely, like, was the most unbelievable special operations mission. It bothers me because it went so flawlessly. But remember, what's funny? Like for the Bin Laden hit, they had a specially trained task force. Think about Sante in Vietnam,
Right. Yeah.
where they had they specially trained task force. Think about the Iranian hostage rescue,
Yeah.
where they had a specially trained unit. You know what they did this time? Like, hey, we got commandos in theater. Just let them do it.
I thought didn't they bring in Delta Squadron for that?
Did they?
I believe.
I thought they used in-country forces. Well,
There were guys in country also involved. Sure.
Well, that's a good question. But it was just like another day at the office for those cats.
They knew what they were doing.
Yeah. And it just went like flawlessly. And
How do you feel about, you say that like Milley was he was the dude at the time, but obviously he wasn't on the ground floor planning. And a lot of these generals have been the benefactors of success underneath because of the people conducting the operations. But they do get the credit, right? They get the credit for whatever happens underneath them when it goes really right. Do you feel as though they're deserving? And this
you're
isn't
triggering me, Dave. What did I do wrong?
Yeah, here, label off here.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I'm such a neophyte.
I'm here for you, man.
but I'm
Thank God I'm learning again from
You're at the team house.
Yeah.
You're triggering me because, as a commander, you're responsible for everything that does or doesn't happen, right? That's
Right.
the way when you're in charge.
Yeah.
And so props to them if it goes well, but then, we have tragedies happen or failures happen, and they're like, not here. So that's
Yeah.
the incongruity that
That
is the purpose of my book.
That bothers me with especially Congress when they play like new phone, who dis? It's
Yeah.
like, well, hold on a second, buddy.
Yeah.
You were read into
But
that
we
too.
talk about Afghanistan, and not a single general level officer has been held accountable for 20 years of war with no real.
We lost,
Goal.
and nobody's been held.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with somebody stepping forward and saying, "I own it, man"?
Like
I was in
a company
charge.
commander will get relieved because of a drunk driving accident, the one that Private Joe Snuffy had over the weekend. But once you get to that general level, right, like it's almost like you're immune to.
Bugs. That's purpose of my book.
Yeah.
Accountability.
Yeah.
That's the way we were raised.
Yeah.
Why does it change if you become a 4-star general? You should, and I think that's the inconsistency that. What was that thing? Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. That's not the way we were raised, right?
Yeah.
So, come on, man.
Yeah, those are your boys. You take responsibility for it.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you, Jack? You're going the middle route on this?
On what, the war?
Accountability.
No. Jack will rail against the officer class in general.
Rightfully so.
I have multiple rants.
Yeah.
Prepared at any given moment.
Yeah. No, but it really is.
You're ready to go home. You just want to wrap this up.
No, I don't. I'm
with you, man. I got 4-hour drive.
I just have my bullet points to get through.
Okay,
that's
yeah,
all.
go ahead, man.
So, the president walks into the Situation Room for
Yeah.
the raid. What happens?
He was golfing, and they were using that as nothing to see here.
Right.
So he just kept to his schedule, and he rolled in. The vice president was there at the start. I think they went wheels up 6:30 p.m. Washington D.C. time. Was when the assault force went wheels up from the launch site in Syria. The vice president was there at the time, and I think I tell you in the book, I didn't know the vice president from Adam, and I'd read like Rolling Stone articles about him and all this, like he's batshit, you know. I mean, honestly, and he came in, and it was really interesting. He has, I think his son-in-law is in the service. He knows about the service, and he asked if he could say a prayer, and I got to tell you, kind of rolled my eyes like, oh man, you know. And he gave a blessing about, you know, the families, like pray for success. It was just the most appropriate thing, you know. It was like perfect timing and so appropriate. And I really, you know, changed my mind a great deal about the vice president at that point. And he, so he was there. We go wheels up. I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting in a conference room, for heaven's sakes. I mean, like but isn't that cool though? Like, you know, America, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I say we. I had no skin in the game, right? And I can't remember how many aircraft went in the air at that point. And remember in the desert, the enemy, the Syrians and the Russian radar. This is not rocket science to see that a major American effort is underway. And General Milley, off the cuff, says like, well, this could be the start of World War III. And I was like, and then I kind of was like, you know, I'm kind of like a jocular guy, try to keep it light, but I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I mean, if they shoot down our aircraft, like, it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
And Salt Force is going towards the border, and we're just, I mean, you know, holding your breath, you know, you hear that. I don't know if I was holding my breath. I was still breathing, but it was really, like, really tense.
How does this go down?
Yeah. And then they see the Syrian and Russian radar. They can, you know,
They stop tracking.
They stop tracking, and you can see that, and you know we're like, oh. And then there was the Russians had I think a MiG-29 or something up doing combat air patrol, and over the flight path, and that plane shot south.
Did you guys have at any point like on the red line with the
No.
Russians?
I wasn't tracking anything. I don't think
We just Leroy Jenkins in there and hoped for the best.
I do not think that anyone contacted the Russians prior and said,
Or even during, like, hey,
No,
we're
not during. I know that.
Yeah.
And so then that MiG-29 shot south, going down to Entente, the garrison in the south, freeing up the airspace, and it was like, okay, game on.
Was that part of a like known sort of like patrol scheduling, or
I didn't think so. I'd
yeah.
be interesting to find somebody that was on the ground that was battle tracking what they would say. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the boys go in there. I think it's been pretty well reported, like the actions on the objective.
Dave, they did a call out. So the president now is there. And president's like, what's going on? And you know how when you're seeing the ISR feed, it's all grainy and crap. You know, it's not like Mission Impossible where it's, you know,
Yeah.
it's color enhanced. It's
Enhanced,
like,
yeah.
And you're like, what's going on? And you see puffs and like, hey, sir, they're shooting at the aircraft. Oh, they are. President's asking good questions. I had never seen the president in his commander-in-chief role before. I'd been in meetings with him, but that's different than in the commander-in-chief role, right? And he's asking good questions, and he's a businessman, so he doesn't, things that are obvious to us, like, oh yeah, ISR is looking at the village because there could be a quick reaction force coming out of there. Like, he doesn't know that. Like, why are they looking at that village? And Milley and his assistant, head in special operations, Marcus Evans, would inform the president. And they land, and they put in the cordon, and they did the call out. And just like you described, all the women and children come out, like 20, 25 of them. And the guys on the ground are like, who's in there? They're like, Baghdadi's in there, and he's got a suicide vest on, and he's got 3 of his wives are in there.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, here we go. And they do the call out, pull the children out, and then they send in, I think they send in the robot. And they're like, oh, yeah, his ass is in there. He's barricaded in the back. They're women. Then it's like back to the basics. Like somebody's got to go in there. And Assault Force went through and killed him.
And there's this interesting anecdote you have in the story that the First Lady comes into the Situation Room. I mean, you tell us about, her comments.
Yeah, so that was a little disconcerting, obviously. The First Lady comes in, and Marcus Evans, who was running special operations at the Pentagon, I don't know where he is now. He's like some senior general. I don't know where he is. Marcus had done probably hundreds, if not 1,000 raids in his career. He's a Ranger and had been in the business from the start. And he had given overview briefings to the vice president, the president. Insanely professional, right? Like insanely professional. First Lady comes in there and they're like, General Evans, please brief the First Lady. And poor Marcus just got tongue-tied. I don't know why, but and he just he was stumbling, and finally it was like, thank you very much, General Evans. They just saved him. It was just hilarious, and I go on and tell you, that was the first time I'd probably seen her, but I'd never really seen her in action. People I get made fun of, like, oh my gosh, you're such a fan. She asked really good questions, and she helped with how the rollout would go to the public announcement in a very professional way. So
she had kind of I mean, I know it's also controversial, but I mean, she did have sort of an effective PR idea in her mind about using the working dog.
Oh yeah,
to roll out this big raid, saying people love dogs. Well, let's get the dog.
Hey, it was made sense.
I mean, it was effective. I can't argue against that. I mean, people went crazy about that dog for like several news cycles.
That dog was a bane of my existence, man.
Why?
Because as soon as they're like, the working dog went in,
Got some booze there.
After they blew up, they fragged the thing. What's his face? Baghdadi blows himself up.
That's good.
So you've been in those buildings where all the electrical wires are hanging and there's water and everything, and the dog got electrocuted.
Oh, really?
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So the casualty report comes in. One assaulter had stepped on a nail, and then the dog had its bell rung because it got electrocuted. And they're like, dog electrocuted? And yeah, they were like, this is a story the American people should hear. And they're like, get the dog back. They turn to me. And I'm like, oh, man, why me?
Yeah.
And the
Why
president
me?
was like, I want that dog's ass here now.
And, so you send out like, hey, can you tell us about the dog? Dog does not want her. The dog has returned to duty. I forgot the name of the
Conan.
dog. Conan has returned to duty and prefers to stay with his element.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like, I know. Can you get the dog back? Conan would feel like he's AWOL.
Yeah.
Finally, you're like, get the dog back.
I remember hearing from the JSOC guys at the time that they were a little pissed about all that.
I knew they were too.
Well, and,
that's that weird political
It's because
thing.
the dog is socialized with the handler.
and the dog, and I was gonna say, like the Belgian, the Malmars or whatever, they're not socialized. They are working, like they're attack dogs.
Yeah, they're not
like
your pet.
they're not. It's not like Lassie, right? That you can parade out and say, hey, it's Timmy in the well, and like they're working dogs. They want to be working, and they're only comfortable with the people they know.
I totally felt like I was the guy that I used to make fun of from higher headquarters,
making
calling
insane
down,
ideas,
coming up with stupid ideas.
Yeah.
I completely got the irony of it. And then you're kind of, you're trying to rationalize it. Remember World War II, where they would bring people back for public relations efforts, you know, you're like, okay, finally get the dog back. So I knew it was I knew the guys in the field were just like livid.
So 2020, Mark Esper's on his way out. Chris Miller's in. How did that transition happen?
How do I answer that?
It was a tumultuous time.
Secretary Esper had lost, it was the worst kept secret in Washington, D.C. that Esper was on the outs with the president, right? The election happens, the president's defeated. There was talk all through the summer that the president was going to clean house. And Esper was target one. Everybody knew it. There were only three of us. Like, to take on a cabinet position like that, constitutionally and legally, you have to be you have to be in a position that's presidentially appointed, Senate confirmed, meaning you have to go to the Senate and get wire brushed by them, and then you're selected for a cabinet position. I had done that because I was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. That was a Senate confirmed position. So that's it's a relatively low it's not a cabinet position. It's a relatively lower position. It's like, I think protocol wise, it's like an undersecretary of a cabinet. There were only three of us that had any military background that were eligible to be the Secretary of Defense, the acting Secretary of Defense. And I was one of them just because I was Senate confirmed. I do not know how the decision process went, but when the president decided to fire Mark Esper, I get a call. Well, real quick, I was at the National Counterterrorism Center. We were going after Al Qaeda. I had this crazy idea of defeating Al Qaeda. Is that bad?
Has anyone ever thought of that in D.C. before? Has anyone come up with this notion?
It didn't seem like it, because when I floated it, everybody's like, that's crazy. It's like, no, we're here to win. And I did my mission analysis and my net assessment and determined that, based on talking to young analysts and some old analysts that had been following this a while, said, what's the status of Al Qaeda? They said, there's 7 senior leaders left. I said, what happens if we kill all 7? They're like, Al Qaeda will be adrift and will be defeated. I was like, thank you. So I take that to the senior leadership, and they're like, that's crazy. You're stupid. You can't defeat terrorism. I said, we're not going to defeat terrorism. That's a verb.
But this group will be defunct.
We're going to defeat Al Qaeda, noun. Oh, I said, defeat, been in the military, can be a temporary state, but the enemy can no longer impose their will on you. I said, so that was the big idea. And so I'm at the National Counterterrorism Center thinking that I can get some work done on that, when the phone rings, when COVID is set in, like nobody's at work except me. And I get to work early, and I was like, I thought I'd be able to transition administrations, because you never fire the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, because if something bad happens, I was like, I can get a couple more months. I can get a second retirement. This is going to work great. I decided that day that we were going to transition the National Counterterrorism Center into a more collegial, modern environment, because you got a lot of young people there. I said, we're going to go to business casual, which is a big deal in Washington, D.C. You don't have to wear a tie anymore. So I show up. I'm going to lead by example. I'm wearing khakis, open collared shirt. Fortunately, I threw a blue blazer in my wife's car, which is sitting out here right now, probably on blocks.
Right.
Maybe.
It's Brooklyn.
Hopefully. And the phone rings that morning. I forgot the day, January 9th. And the phone rings because the election's over. They haven't fired Esper. I'm like, great. Not going to be any major changes. The phone rings, and it rings and rings and rings. Finally, I realize somebody answers. The cleaning crew answers. They're like, Chris Miller, there's a call from the White House. Pick up the phone. I'm like, Chris Miller, get to the White House right now. I was like, no. They're like, yes, it's happening. And I'm wearing khakis, an open collared shirt. I don't have a tie. I borrow a tie. I'm wearing crappy shoes because I can't afford good clothes because I'm a government employee. I'm like, there's one thing I know about President Trump. He pays attention to how you're dressed. Mm-hmm. Go park, go into the office, the office next to the Oval Office, and the head of presidential personnel is there, and they obviously are going to ask you, like, you're not going to go see the president if you're going to turn the job down. It's like, hey, president's going to ask you to replace Esper. Are you going to do it? How do you respond?
I guess so.
How were we raised?
Roger?
Yeah.
How were we raised?
Yeah.
Like, you serve. This is the thing that kills me, man. If I could just go political for a minute, I served in uniform. I served as a government employee for 34 years. I served whatever president. Left, right, in between, don't give a shit. It didn't matter because you just served the president. So when the president asks you to do something, the way I was raised is you do it, right? Go in there, president comes in. I'm sitting there trying to hide my crappy shoes. I'm wearing a borrowed tie, wearing tattered khakis, and the president goes, "I'm getting rid of Esper. You're next man up." And I said, "Roger that, sir." He goes, "Okay, get to work."
Just like that.
Yep.
And
world changed, my life changed, my family's life changed, and all
right.
that stuff.
And
right there.
You're getting read into nuclear codes and all kinds of insane shit.
Yeah.
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 How long did the process of getting read into everything going on? How long did that take?
Biggest mistake I made was not getting read into UFOs, but I should have literally
we would have you back like tomorrow night had you been read into UFOs.
I know. What was I thinking? I had a lot going on. So you literally wanted to be respectful to Secretary Esper. My guy that was helping me called in and said, "Hey, we have the acting secretary ready to show up. When should he show up?" And they're like, I don't think they knew that Esper was on his way out. Like, they're like, "We don't know what's going on. Can you show up in 90 minutes?" We're like, "Absolutely." So we pull in, and normally into that parking area, they shoot anybody that gets within like 20 feet. Pull in, and they're like, "Wave us in." And I get out at that entrance to the Pentagon and start walking, stumbled, which was hilarious. Which was caught on tape, which was very, iconic.
Well, at least it wasn't when you're doing your E&E.
I know.
In Dubai, though.
Right. Yeah. Having the
better in front of
having
the
Pentagon police
right,
shooting over my head. That would
right.
have been one for the ages. You go in, take an elevator up, and you're in the secretary's outer office, and you walk in there. I'd been in there once on a visit. My buddy was the military assistant. He let us walk around one time. But now you're like, well, it's my new office. And immediately the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is there with a 2 or 3 star general, and they're like, "Come with us." And I know what's happening, like I've watched enough movies. I mean, I'm like, "Oh, I got this." They take you back to the secure briefing room. They've got stacks of books and stuff. And they're like, "Mr. Secretary, at this time we're going to brief you on, operation, whatever, and nuclear code stuff." And I was like, "Yeah."
What? Not to get into details,
Yeah.
but were you briefed on anything that would just blew your mind? That was just so eye-opening?
No. There was one thing, a weapon system that I thought we had more further developed. And I asked about that, and they're like, "Oh, no, we stopped doing that 10 years ago." I was like, "I thought that was a deception plan. You mean we don't have this shit ready to go?" That was like, oh, damn.
Yeah, there's times where you realize we're a little bit further back than you thought we may have been.
Yeah.
You're like, ooh.
Yeah, but nothing that was
Yikes.
that's why I should have got the UFO briefing.
Yeah.
Totally should have.
You could have built a little cottage career off of that,
know.
man. That's how it works.
I know.
Yeah.
Didn't do it, man.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know. I had too much on my mind.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, there's a lot happening at that moment right there.
Yeah, right. It's busy time.
So now you are acting Secretary of Defense. You're in charge of the machine. In some ways, you've become the person that you never wanted to be.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and I don't mean this in a
you're right.
disrespectful way, but you were not groomed for that position.
No, I wasn't. People like I'm not. People like me are never supposed to be in that position.
Right.
I'll
Yeah.
gladly-
But you were there, and you were kind of I mean, from the outside looking in, sort of an unconventional Secretary
totally.
of Defense.
yeah, like
you-
actually say what's on your mind
Yes,
as
you
opposed
made
to like
made statements to
like
the
talk like this and not say anything.
You made some
Yeah,
statements
right.
to the press that were pretty blunt and candid, and
Those are my favorite
off the
ones where
cuff,
they
yeah.
said the acting Secretary of Defense is all out of F blank blank CUKS. Yeah, I thought that was my favorite interview.
Yeah.
And what did your wife had consternations about you in this position, right?
Oh, unbelievably so, right? Yeah, my wife was like, the only thing we have is our reputation, and you're putting all that at risk.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like, oh, damn. Because I was raised, my father, public servant, we serve. That's what we do. That's what our family does. That's our
Yeah.
family brand. And yeah, that was the only time. So I leave the White House, and I know I have to put on a suit. So I scream home, and I don't think I've ever been home during the duty day at my house ever. And I, fling open the door and kind of like fall into the house. I was like, I gotta take a shower and put on a suit. And my wife's sitting there, and my daughter is working from home that day. And they just look at me, and they're like, no. And they're like, tell us. Because I'd give them a heads up, like some things could happen here. I just got to reach
Right.
on. And it was a moment in the house where it was getting out of control.
It was like you feel like you're in over your head, your family's in over their head.
I didn't feel like I was in over my head.
Well,
No, I didn't.
But so what's going on with your family? What
They're
are they
like,
feeling?
they know that their lives are going to change dramatically. I'm working for a very polarizing
Yeah.
figure
Yeah.
that they don't support,
Yeah.
just to be perfectly clear. And now, our entire lives are about to change because I've accepted this job. And it was the only time where I've like raised my voice because it was getting out of control. I felt like I was back in the team house. Little shout out. We got to do an ad? Oh, no.
No,
we're good.
we got our ad.
And then I said, stop. Raised my voice. I said, our family we serve. It doesn't matter who. Like, this is what we do. And I couldn't believe it because I thought I'd get heckled and have stuff thrown at me. And I cognitively disassociated them long enough for them to go, okay. And I brought that down. But yeah, it was because your whole life changes, man. Like you got
You're
all
under
this,
the microscope.
But
and also your clap that like security shows up and locks down your house.
Yeah.
And you can't go anywhere anymore. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden, I live in a middle class housing area.
Yeah.
And they shut down the whole neighborhood. The neighbors love it. They're like, this is the coolest thing that's happened in like ever since we've been in the development. But it's not going to be a pretty 73 days. Ranger school. It's like,
Yeah.
I got this.
and
I got this.
And the thing is, I understand where your families come from the point of, like, President Trump was so vilified by certain elements that anybody who worked for him
Yeah.
was essentially put on a list of this person is a traitor to the country, where you, like you say, you still have to serve. Like, the president of the United States is still the president, and you're serving the United States regardless of what people of any political spectrum believe.
Dave, calling me stupid. That's the way I was raised.
I know, and I understand how you got in that position, but you are now a civilian political appointee of the entire Defense Department. Like, it's not an apolitical position that you're in.
Right. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
totally. Good. I'm with you, Jack. I'm with you. You're now in the political arena. I got that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think you were kind of hinting at, I was like, I'm not just going to call this one in.
Right.
Like, I would be an
You want to do your 80 days at least there, and
because I'd be a fraud otherwise.
Right, you gotta do
I
your
was
job.
now representing all the people that were without a voice, that were always complaining about like how higher headquarters doesn't understand. I'm the guy now, right?
Right.
And so actually had a few things we wanted to get done, and I completely supported the president. I went back that night. He goes, come back tonight and I'll give you your marching orders. And I go in there thinking I'm going to get all these orders. He goes, you know, get us out of Afghanistan, Iraq, and Somalia. And I was completely in accordance with that. I was like, roger that, sir. That pretty good guidance. Mulholland gives me like, get us in the war. President says, get us out of these wars. And I'm like, and I talked to so many of our generation that had served, and I was really, really concerned about families that had lost loved ones.
Yeah.
And I was really concerned about how that was going to go. But I'll tell you what, across the board of all the people I talked to, they're like, time to wind it down.
yeah, yeah.
So I was very comfortable.
You know, it almost feels like, I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Dave, but you know,
Dude, I thought about that all the time.
but that's what it is, right? You weren't groomed. You didn't grow up through like the pipeline to lead you to that position. You weren't groomed for it. And so you're not playing to that tune that you're somebody coming in with real world experience who is saying, these are the real world issues. These are my marching orders. This is what the families are going through. This is what the troops are going through. You're not removed from it. And I feel as though in those type of high level positions, we need people like you. We need people like you
Who've been on the ground.
who've been on the ground, who and not just on the ground like sitting in a jock, like making the decisions, but on the ground and understanding what the troops are going through and what the reality of the situation is.
I felt strongly the same way when you walk down that hallway and you see all the portraits of the previous secretaries of defense. I'm not one of them because I'm acting, but Chuck Hagel served in Vietnam as a combat infantryman. I think Esper has a combat infantry badge from Desert Storm, but I think he was in a headquarters assignment. So I really felt like I was representing our generation that had actually fought in the GWOT.
Right.
I took that seriously.
Yeah.
I really did.
So during your time as Secretary of Defense, I mean, those 80 days, I mean, a lot happened, a lot transpired. Can you tell us a little bit about the Nigeria hostage rescue operation that SEAL Team 6 did?
Yeah, I wasn't SecDef then. I was at the National Counterterrorism Center.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Hey, I know we got to move on. That was the most frustrating. If you're an American and you're jammed up and you have a blue passport, I don't know, man. I was raised that we're going to come get you. And that was one of the most frustrating things for me was, and we learned a lesson. There was a guy named Jeffrey Woodkey who fortunately was recovered recently. He'd been held hostage by Al-Qaeda in Africa and Mali for years and years and years. And the lesson we learned on that one was you got to move fast, because when he was taken hostage and he was being moved through the network, once you're in the heart of darkness, like it's going to be a long, long time. So when the kid got taken hostage by what appeared to be a criminal element, and we had good intel on him because they hunkered down. But the way this works is we knew that he was going to get sold to Al-Qaeda. So, you know, we created this thing called JSOC specifically for what is hostage rescue, right? And, you know, you always have an element that's on call to go any place in the world. We're like, this is what we created JSOC for, let's go. And there was some political resistance to that operation, but a gentleman, Kash Patel, pushed it to the president and bypassed a lot of the bureaucracy. And what did the president say? He's like, American, yeah, let's go get him if you can get him. That was a heck of an operation. Like, that one, we talked about Baghdadi, but that one, like, that is the most amazing display of American military capability, where they flew by C-17s and then they landed and they got on MV-22 Osprey and flew into the absolute edge of the universe for all practical purposes. Have you ever seen the videos?
No, I haven't. The seals
Free falling
the seals free falled in and rescued the guy. Yeah.
And yeah, it was amazing. And that's what I thought we spent all our money on, the military
That type of
for.
operation.
Yeah, that's what we have them for, right?
Not to derail the bullet points, but like, how do you feel as though like we're handling like the Sudan situation? Like, there are a lot of Americans left in Sudan right now, right?
You know what upsets me about that? This, like, well, they're dual citizens, so they're not really American citizens. No, if you have a blue passport, if you're a U.S. person legally, we have a responsibility to go do that. And I personally I see Afghanistan happening all over again. Mm-hmm. And I see this constant, like, triangulation. Well, we're going to give ISR.
Risk mitigation.
And you know what? Yeah. I don't know where the American public is, but, I'm fine going in and locking that place down for 48 hours and doing a massive non-combatant evacuation operation. I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm. So to get into the stuff that, is probably the most controversial in your book is the 6th January stuff.
Never heard of it.
Which is about 10 pages in your book. It's not the bulk of your career, but it's in there. And to start off that, I'd like to hear you lay out in your book what you feel is the appropriate use of the Department of Defense CONUS. You lay out a little bit and what's the appropriate use of the military. Do you want to talk about, like, either legally or philosophically?
CONUS is continental United States.
In
the country.
Legally or philosophically, your views on that.
Part of the book was the realization that so much of the American public were so blessed that only 7% of our population are veterans, right? That's a great problem to have.
Right.
But with that goes a lack of familiarity with a lot of the American public about the correct use of their military. And my takeaway from the use of the United States military domestically in the continental United States for domestic law enforcement is the United States military should only be used as a last resort. That means that civil order has completely broken down. Mm-hmm. That's what we have: police in this country. We have emergency management. And here's the ish. Every time the United States military, well, I shouldn't say every time, but the vast majority of the time, the United States military, when used for domestic law enforcement, let's use Vietnam as an example, where the U.S. military started to get involved in domestic intelligence. They started running, because they were worried about riots and whatnot, they started collecting the first database, computer database, was created by the United States military at Fort Ritchie in Baltimore. And we do not know how many files of American citizens were in this database of potential threats. That is not the role of the military. That's not what people join the military for. It's a recipe for doggone wholesale violations of American civil liberties. Mm-hmm. So that's the point I was trying to make. My going in position was we will provide, National Guard, I'm a huge fan of, will provide any support requested by the governor. In this case, it's the mayor of Washington, D.C. That's exactly what we did. And there's this narrative that, the military, the National Guard was slow to respond and all this stuff. And I felt guilty at first, but as I've looked back on it, I am so glad that we did not have American servicemen out there in the Capitol fighting their fellow citizens. That's what the police are for. Mm-hmm. That's what the police are for.
There was a conversation.
Call me out. Come on, Jack.
No,
Call me out. Let's go.
I'm going to ask you about what you wrote about in your book, that you had a conversation with President Trump maybe a week or two prior to it. and you said the mayor of D.C. has requested like 240 people. We're going to give what's been requested. And the president looked back at you and said, you're going to need 10,000.
He did say that.
Why do you think he said that?
I don't know. I think it was based on his experience in, was it June or July?
Yeah, it was June,
the summer
I think.
before.
With the Black Lives Matter protests and demonstrations,
Yeah.
where the number that came up then was we need 10,000 military people in the city.
And there were moves to do, though. The 82nd Airborne came down to
Right.
Belvoir.
Yeah.
That was a dicey proposition, as you talked about.
So, people ask me that and all the time. Why did he say that? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I had my red lines in place, and I was. If I'll tell you what, if Mayor Bowser had asked for 10,000 troops, I would have fulfilled the
National
request.
Guard.
Yeah, National Guard.
Yeah.
Right. That's what we have the National Guard
Right,
for.
right.
Yeah.
Gladly, but remember, there was this whole thing about the federal law enforcement and federal troops are really, really heavy-handed. Remember how the D.C. National Guard flew helicopters over the crowds?
There's just a lawsuit about that got settled.
I was like, we're not doing that again.
Right.
There were, in fairness, there were a lot of questions about. I mean, I think you and I, we would have very real, like, legal and constitutional questions, but even in the press, there was a lot of questions about quote-unquote optics and how that looks.
I never thought about the optics, but I know that comes up often.
Right.
I wasn't worried about the optics. I was worried about was to make sure the Constitution was abided by and that we weren't in a position where we're going to violate people's civil liberties. And the use of the military and domestic law enforcement, as I said, and I will say it to my dying breath, and I hope people listen and understand this, that's not the correct use of the military. That's
Right.
what we have police for.
Right.
Now, when civil society breaks down, absolutely.
Right.
Like,
That's what we have.
Hurricane Katrina is an example.
Right.
Now, that's not domestic law enforcement so much. That's support to civil authorities.
Right.
But yeah, they had law enforcement purposes there.
To
But
restore order.
that's a great example.
Right.
That's an example where New Orleans is completely bereft of all civil functions. That's the role of the military at that
Right.
point. Wholeheartedly agree. Then people go, well, hey, what don't you think civil society broke down on Capitol Hill that day? I'm like, yeah, but there were 10,000 cops on the street that day. 10,000, as you guys know, is a light infantry division. We used the light infantry division to overthrow Manuel Noriega in Panama. Like, that's a lot of combat power. The fact that they weren't at the right place, now that's a different issue that needs to be resolved. I don't think it's been successfully determined.
Right.
And so the day of, you talk about you pack your overnight bag when you go to work. Like, you had some inkling in the back of your mind that, like, this is going to be a long day.
Yeah. You know how we are. We can sense the potential.
Yeah.
I didn't. I was shocked when I saw that happen on the news that day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could tell that the intel reports kept changing from domestic law enforcement. They're going to be 3,000. They finally said they're going to be 32,000, 38. I can't remember, demonstrators. And that unknown, like, when the intel keeps changing, you're like, we don't really know what's happening.
Yeah.
So that kind of was like, all right, this could be a long day.
So talk us through what did happen that day from your perspective.
At the end of the day, no offense to the law enforcement, but they got their ass handed to them that day, and they weren't positioned correctly, and they had a leadership failure in how to respond. I don't, and I, like, the people that were out in the front lines, like, I'm not criticizing them, but it seems very clear to me that their leadership did not properly prepare for what could have happened that day. And, we're the military, right? And we're involved in some of the coordination that's going on. And the police had pretty much kind of like, we got this. Like, hey, military people, so, units on your left and right in the military, you kind of have to trust that the units on the left and right are going to do their job.
Right.
When we were in the military, you don't go to the unit on your left and say, I don't trust you. Like,
right.
There's a expectation.
I don't think you're like reading this, intelligence. Yeah.
And General Milley, on one of the calls, because we had templated all the demonstration locations, because you have to put in a request to get approval, and one of the demonstration sites was on Capitol Hill, and General Milley, to his credit, goes, are you sure, like, you really want protesters that close to the Capitol? And we got this very kind of like brusque, like, you knuckle draggers don't understand freedom of speech. And Milley just straight up goes, you should cancel that permit. Like, we can't do that.
And Bowser was ultimately in charge of those permits?
No, I think the Interior Department is, because it's federal property.
Okay.
That's where it gets really weird, right? The D.C. police are responsible for, like, the streets. Anything else is, like, Interior Department. Capitol Hill Police has a certain perimeter. And then federal law enforcement controls federal buildings out to the sidewalk. I mean, it gets really...
Yeah.
And just something I would point out that, and I mean no disrespect to the Capitol Police, but after all of this, our politicians like lauded them as like our heroes and this and that. Prior to this, the Capitol Police were treated like rent-a-cops. I mean, they were treated like trash. They were underfunded. They were undertrained. They were not prepared for what we saw that day. And that's a failure, not necessarily on the police, but at least on the leadership side. The
Capitol Police are just people trying to do their
cops
job.
on this. Yeah, they were just, we were
told used and abused.
We were told
really.
about the barricades around, and
yeah.
Here's where, like, I'm thinking, okay, barricades, that's a good idea. They've got the fence lines in. No, they were doggone bike racks.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So as things transpire, things really start to go sideways that day. You talk about some of the phone calls that you start fielding from, and actually I wanted to ask you about this because you're on the phone with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer.
I am.
And how does that work? Because as Secretary of Defense, as I understand it, you work for the Commander-in-Chief, not Congress.
Thank you for bringing that up, Jack. And that's something that matters. Obviously, I'm going to take any call from elected official. That's how it works.
As a matter of diligence.
Yeah. And so what upsets me right now, and I think history will prove me right, the 1-6 committee did their work, and they put together kind of this highlight reel. And they have Pelosi, Speaker Pelosi and Schumer and all those people, making this call to someone at the Department of Defense. It's me.
Right.
I'm the one that's
I
on the
listened
phone.
to it. Yeah.
And here's my point, and I start the book, with provocative statement about on that video that they show, and where you kind of see them like relaxed and all.
Yes.
I don't think that was the first call.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've cut and pasted in the second call. I think when historians actually look at that newsreel or that whole thing and timestamp it, and if I'm wrong, I will gladly say I was wrong and I misinterpreted, but the first call I got was a very impassioned, desperate phone call from them.
You describe it as like they're going nuclear, like they're panicked.
That is the way.
Well, when I watched the video, it did not look panicked.
That's why
you're saying there's something we haven't seen.
There were
yet.
3 calls, and that's why. And I'm not a conspiracist or anything, but Nancy Pelosi's daughter was filming that. We didn't know that at the time.
Right.
I thought that was kind of weird that you can tape phone calls of other people, and they're like, yes, there's one party consent. I'm like,
yeah.
What? Because we're just trying to do our job that day, right? And I didn't realize that everything. I wouldn't have changed anything, by the way. Like, this isn't like, I wish I wouldn't have said that.
Right.
But that to me kind of bothered me in some ways, that this was being videotaped and recorded when we're in like one of a really serious crisis right now. And someone thought it was appropriate for what, and maybe that's just how politicians work.
Well, I don't know, because her daughter is a documentary maker, and she just happened to be there filming that time. Like it again, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but it also is like, why is this being filmed?
Well, I'm not surprised that it's filmed. I mean,
Right.
considering what's happening that
What
day.
what I would like to see is the entire sequence, so that you like that call. Was that the first call or the second?
Oh,
Call?
so you're saying your assertion is that there's something we haven't seen yet?
Yeah, that's my assertion, and I might be wrong, but that's not the way I remember it. I remember that first phone call versus the 1/6 highlight reel at the very end, where they show a call, and I'm like, I think the timestamp's wrong on that. That was the second call, where each call, rightfully so. And hey, I want to be clear, man. I'm not disparaging them. They're going through the most difficult, traumatic event that many of them have ever.
I would not fault people for being in a panicked state, perhaps.
Same.
But I do want to see all the footage.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I would want
Yeah.
to see what else is out there. Yes.
That's all I'm asking, because they're the way it's portrayed in that video is this very heroic, controlled thing, and that's not the way I remember
Right.
the initial call at whatever time it was that I referred to at the start of the book.
What was that initial call? They were asking you for more military support. Was that the nature of it?
No, it was more like, what's going on? Help, help, help. And I'm all about helping. Final point, I'll be on, I sound pedantic, I know. But here's something that people have to understand, from high school civics. Legislative branch, Capitol Hill. They own that. Executive branch, Department of Defense, federal law enforcement. You do not go onto property that is controlled by the legislative branch without being requested. To do something different than that is called a military coup.
Yeah.
And I say this again and again. If I would have sent troops up there that morning, what do you think would have
Without a formal request.
Right.
what they would have said a coup starting,
Right.
right?
They would have
Right.
arrested you.
Yeah, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
right.
And actually rightfully so.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Right. So then, well, this sounds really bureaucratic. Like you were slow rolling. No, you don't send federal troops from the executive branch to Capitol Hill, the legislative branch, without some sort of,
Formal request.
formal
Yeah.
type. And I'm not saying like it has to be in triplicate, and, we need it signed by everybody, but this has to be a thoughtful thing.
Right.
And so all these frantic calls are coming in like, we need help. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? We finally get that kind of, I forgot the time, about 2:30, 2:45. Finally, there's a consensus on, okay, this is what we need. Legislative branch is asked. That request is processed through the joint staff, the uniform side, is brought to me at 3:00, 1500. So took about 20 minutes to get everything, to get everything not packaged, but get everything formalized. The request is brought to me at 3 p.m. At 3:04, the order goes out from me to mobilize the National Guard additionally and have all D.C. National Guard move to the Capitol to support local law enforcement. So there's also that narrative like, oh, you slow-rolled this. Miller didn't know what he was doing. I don't care, but the facts don't hold up.
Why are you responsible for the National Guard? How come Bowser isn't responsible for the National
Because
Guard?
in D.C., unlike the state, because D.C. is not a state, the mayor, the person that's responsible for the District of Columbia National Guard is the president, because it's not a state.
I see.
The president delegates responsibility and authority to the Secretary of Defense. That's why I'm in the chain. I further delegate down to the Secretary of the Army.
Okay.
So the Secretary of Army is essentially the approval authority, if you will, for National Guard utilization in the district.
So Bowser can't just activate the National Guard then in D.C.
Legally, she can.
Okay.
Do we have questions for Chris?
We do.
And Chris, we'll put you up somewhere here tonight because it's too late. when we've kept you way too late.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, man. I've talked too
Don't
much.
be sorry.
No.
I was
We
the
got
one.
questions.
I was the one that kept you here and like wanted to go through all of this because I think it's super important and it was a very interesting book. So
Thanks for having me.
it's-
You guys are.
it's history, man. It is, and it's fascinating stuff.
Speaking of which, buy this book. If you don't buy this book, you're dead to us forever. Soldier Secretary by the eminent Christopher Miller. Let's see here. Super.
What do the folks have for Chris?
Let's see.
Give me all the angry ones. I love those.
It's not that angry.
I love
All
the
right.
angry ones.
All right. Artemis, 2002 U.S. Thank you very much. I like Secretary Miller's willingness to tell power what it needs to hear, not what it wants to hear.
Artemis, isn't that the way we were trained? Like, how can you change? Like, wouldn't that be the ultimate in like moral corruption if all of a sudden the way we were raised, you just change it because now you're like,
Well, man, I mean, if you tell the truth, then your story doesn't. You don't have to worry about getting your story straight. It's always going to stay the same if it's true.
I haven't changed my story
Yeah.
yet. But I'm willing to change if I've learned something new.
Sure. Nick TCH, thank you very much. Oh, my question is for Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
I noticed you were on Frontline a few months ago. How was the experience, and is there a place to watch the full interview?
It was good. I mean, it was on Frontline, and so you can watch it on PBS.
YouTube too.
Is it really? I mean,
It's a great show, man.
I was happy with how it came out. I mean, it was about General Flynn. I don't know General Flynn. I don't know anything
I do.
about him. But I was on there to speak about the sort of Iraq experience and what came out of that. So I was happy with it.
Don't you think Frontline? I think that's one of the most credible long form.
They're very good.
That's why podcasts are great. Where is as opposed to where you get your
It's not sound bites,
Like,
right?
no,
like
it's not.
I did this one. Like I do some of these things. I don't do them anymore. Where they'll interview for 4 hours and then they use like 30 seconds. Of
Yeah.
your,
No,
which
this is
back to
all this is all
1/6.
going out.
1/6. I'm like 6-8 hours. Getting questioned, and what do they use? Like 35 seconds. I'm
Yeah.
like
That's
that's
frustrating.
pretty easy. The
Yeah.
cherry pick all the stupid stuff I said.
Yeah. Brad Orak, thank you very much. Where do you see SF doing in the situation with Chinese globally moving forward, and the SMU you were a part of?
Easy. I just wish our special operations leadership would go to the policymakers and the joint staff and go, let us handle all the periphery. We'll handle Africa. We're going to compete in Africa. We're going to compete in Latin America. We'll go, you guys worry about like
Tibet, Xinjiang.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we'll do all that stuff.
Yeah.
You guys just focus on the Taiwan Strait. You guys just focus on like aircraft carriers, F-35s. You're good at that. Let us. They don't want to do it.
That was what we did in the Cold War. We competed everywhere else.
and that's what I was
around
going
the
to
world.
ask. Not asking you to be a prognosticator, prognostician, whatever it is, but do you see us entering a situation similar to the Cold War with China, where it's proxy competition on a global sort of scale?
I wish we would compete. Yeah, proxies to a point, but I think we can compete economically, and I think Green Berets and special operators need to have another couple weeks of the Q course and maybe some specialized training where they learn a little bit more because, the guys I talk to, men and women in the field right now, all go, wow, I'm in Africa, and if I had $10,000 to distribute in microloans, I could completely clean house on this Chinese company that's setting up here right now. And finally, we got to go back to the Office of Strategic Services.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and create a new organization that people can come into, get direct commission or become an E6 or E7 right off the bat, that have specialty skills in cyber, in economics, in information operations, and all those things, and let them kind of get after it that way.
Yeah. KGM, thank you very much. tell us what wild experience story as SecDef that you absolutely cannot tell us, but hypothetically speaking, heard about. This part will be edited out, of course, and it probably won't be edited out. So, is there a...
Well, the space shuttle still exists. It has not been deactivated. So the greatest experience was getting to free fall in off the space shuttle into Miramar. No,
But it would be cool if that happened.
So do you tell us that you haven't been read onto the aliens because you have been read on, or
Of
read
course.
onto UFOs
That's
because
exactly what
you
it
have
is.
been read onto UFOs and you just don't want to
This
go
is-
public with it?
this sounds like a Joseph Heller chapter. I wish.
Deep Blue Dude, thank you very much. Good show. Enjoyed it, guys. And DC Photo, thank you very much for the donation. I don't think there was a question with that. What do we have from Patreon, D?
We have one from Isaac.
Isaac, we know we have like 9
Everybody
from
went
you,
to sleep, man.
but we can only
No,
do
I
like
don't think so,
one
man.
from you, bro.
Do the AI one from Isaac, and then there's a couple more on.
Will you do the AI? Do you have it up?
No, I don't.
Warbot 1.0. You read that book yet?
No.
No.
It's kind of almost a self-published. You know how at Fort Bragg they've got like a publisher down there? That book describes how AI is going to be used in the first war. And I forgot the guy's name.
Warbot?
Warbot 1.0, I think.
Okay.
Look it up.
I'll look for it.
It's a fiction, kind of like
Yeah.
a
Like, you know, Ghost Fleet from Singer?
Yes, and they wrote another book called Burnin'.
Did you got it? Or?
That's very good about
I haven't-
robotics and AI. Yeah.
yeah. We did.
We interviewed them on the show.
Yeah. Say again.
Did you pull it up?
Yeah. Mitchell Knight, thank you very much. Thanks for being a Patreon subscriber. How many times do we think people mixed up with Chris Miller and Austin Miller? How many times do people get...
Never. Scotty Miller is so much better
Austin
looking,
Miller?
in better shape. General Miller is absolutely, you know, in the book, I'm really critical of our senior leadership because I feel like we've been failed by their failure to take responsibility and accountability, except General Miller is absolutely, if you guys worked with him before,
I
back in
don't
the
know
day,
him.
Scotty Miller.
I've heard people speak highly of him.
He's the best of the best. And, you know, man, glad to know him.
It's interesting, too, how I'll say for me, like personally, how my perceptions as a general officer, as a warfighter, changed as they moved into the more political realm, or when you realized that them as a warfighter wasn't necessarily what you thought they were as a warfighter.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
The-
narratives get created.
Yeah, for sure.
The ones about General Miller are all legit, man. That guy he's the real deal. You know, I admire the fact that, you know, they pulled him out of Afghanistan early, and Frank McKenzie, General McKenzie, took command and control of that thing. And General Miller has never gone public because he's like...
He didn't like the plan.
He's the quintessential professional military officer. He's my idol.
Marcelo Falcon, thank you. Question for the show. What does the former secretary think about the claims that the U.S. military has become too woke?
Hey, man, it's a representation of America, and people will say, you know, that I'm not like... I don't understand my privilege, but at the end of the day, it's like I have not met a single person that joined the military for like social responsibility issues. They join because they want to serve, they want some adventure. My dad said this great once. He goes, as many people as there are in the Army, there's many reasons why they join the Army. Mm-hmm. But I don't think anybody joins because they want to, want some sort of special treatment. They join because it's the final, I think, well, maybe not the final, but it's like the ultimate meritocracy where if you work hard, you do your job. Now, there have been problems. We all know that. We've lived those problems, right? I would argue typically when those are identified, unfortunately, it usually has to happen by an outside agency if it's Congress. So, I think we just need to get back to focusing on war fight. And I
Yeah.
don't know where you guys are. That
Yeah.
sounds probably like a cop out, but
No, but I think I agree with you. Like, war fighting is the primary concern. Like, anything else beyond that, it's like I can understand the issues, both sides, but at the end of the day, they have to be prepared to fight, able to fight, willing to fight. That's it. Like,
What's Isaac's AI question?
you guys are a good team. I like watching you guys in
keep
action.
yeah, I ramble. He like keeps us on
this
track.
is great.
Yeah. What do you think AI should be used for in the military defense and the intel world? Is AI being used for anything at all in our national defense?
Geez, I don't know. I think we're in inning 1, maybe inning 2. Quick anecdote, I know. Buddy, contractor, butts and seats guy, contract for several hundred analysts. My buddy's really, really smart and wants to do the right thing. And he says, we can do everything they've asked in this contract proposal with 40 people utilizing machine learning, artificial intelligence. And of course, his team goes, are you insane? They asked for several hundred people. We're going to give them several hundred
Right.
people. So I think we are not even we haven't even scratched the surface yet. I think we're still in discovery. Now, I would be interested in what you guys have to say, because I think it's probably easy to mess up the models.
Oh,
We're going to get in this.
Like poisoning the data set.
Yeah, we're going to get in this.
Yeah.
We're going to get in this reaction, counter reaction.
Yeah.
We're seeing that with some of the AI out there now. Is that it is already being poisoned, if you will, to like a certain political, sort of model, where you ask it one question with one data set, and then the same question with a different data set, and it'll give you two completely different answers. Like, I'm an AI, I can't answer this question, or yeah, these are the facts about this data set. I think it's interesting that a lot of people sort of on the cutting edge of technology have come forward and said, we need to slow our roll with AI.
That's weird.
That's not how we usually deal with technology,
Right.
as Americans.
But I feel as though these people,
Not that they're wrong, but
that's the thing, is that they might be like Chicken Little, right? They might be like the sky is falling, but they might also have something that you're creating this thing that we don't know if we can keep it from breaking its shell.
Right.
But social media was such a great success and freed people to make. You know where I'm going.
Yeah.
Hey, Ender's Game, man. I think it would be cool. Like, you're like, all right, we're fixing no more movement to contact, right?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I need every historical parallel to this, and like, and then I think that would be a very good decision support tool where you're like, oh,
Right.
damn,
Right.
that
And
was a bad idea.
and we're seeing that like when you get outside of like the philosophical, like political spectrum, and you're just dealing with sort of like medicine or law or whatever, like AI is being utilized extremely well with these hard skill type things. But it's like you say, like, the poisoning of AI when it comes to, and then it goes into like Asimov's iRobot and things like this, is like, well,
yeah,
can AI take control of the human race in order to protect it from itself?
We have to brace ourselves for the reality where there's a left-wing AI and a right-wing AI, each controlled by a separate billionaire, and people are going to choose allegiances to them.
Jack, I love you, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And it's like the Church of the Machine God at that point. It's going to be scary.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll figure it out. I hope. But so we're
But aren't we just going to go back at the end of the day? All the satellites are going to go down. What's that effect where they all start
an EMP?
No, that effect where you knock out a couple of them. And,
Well, they've already. I think there was just something recent.
yeah,
recently
EMP is
written
going to
Yeah,
be part of
EMPs
it.
would change everything.
So aren't we just going to be back to like?
But they can
did you
also
learn how
hack-
to read. Did you remember? This is called a compass.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh damn! This
Yeah.
is a map.
Yeah.
Don't you think
So
we're going to get back?
This is
to
how
just,
you.
like,
This is how you kill a chicken so you can eat.
So
Right.
I want
soldierly
to
virtue.
Yeah.
man.
I want to ask, last question for real. Where's Chris Miller today? What has it been like post Secretary of Defense, getting back with your family, finding is there a second career or a third career really in the works? What's going on?
That's such a heavy question.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to leave that one out there, man. Where I get weepy. No, I'm not going to get weepy. Really complained about the military-industrial complex and how we've got the incentives wrong for the future, and we're almost the Soviet model of our defense establishment, where it's very slow and very cumbersome, and realized it's fun to talk shit. So I went into business and so I'm a businessman now. You can laugh.
Ha
Doing drones and
Okay.
counter UAS, and trying to recognize that there's so much talent and there's so much energy and innovation that's getting is not incentivized to work in national security. So trying to do something about that. That
Yeah.
sounds so lame, but I'm going to final shout out. At the end of the day, veterans issues, the Karshi-Khanabad poisoning stuff, those people that have been left behind.
My friend's brother was a CIA officer at Karshi-Khanabad who died prematurely, they think, because of what he's exposed to.
So can't forget that. So I'm trying to, like, this is my last big public thing. I told you that I'm going to go dark but I'll go public for a couple things. One is supporting Afghans left behind and here. Karshi-Khanabad poisoning. A shame that really gratified that Jon Stewart got legislation passed, but also a shame that it took Jon Stewart to shame Congress into doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Veteran suicide. I'm with a thing called Check a Vet, which is a warrant officer. Did you know Michael Carmichael from 2nd Battalion?
That name rings a bell, but I didn't know him
Chief
personally.
has set up really bootstrap thing, helping him out to do suicide prevention, suicide awareness for veterans. And the other thing is, you're not in Special Operations Association of America. If you can, that is a really interesting.
Is that separate from SOA?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. It's a new organization that got stood up to help special operations. How's this different than all these other groups? Lobby Capitol Hill, like get legislation passed. The biggest thing we were active on last year was the helping with alternative therapy for those suffering from TBI as well as PTSD. So that's been a great success. I'm like, hey,
It's crazy that the VA is the slowest moving organization out there for alternative therapies.
did you know it usually takes 20 years from a therapy to be identified to being accepted by the VA? We're using, they have put forth legislation. It's going a lot faster. It could happen in a year or two. My idea is if it helps a veteran with stengula block or whatever, all
the
that,
stellar ganglion
all that,
block,
I get it all
Stellar,
wrong.
yeah.
So active in that. And the final thing is Havana syndrome, the people that were attacked by high energy weapons by whoever, Russians, Chinese, you pick it.
Yeah.
Making sure that they're not forgotten because the bureaucracy is desperate just to move beyond that.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing. And you guys, like, thanks for giving a crap. It's so fun to like be part of it's really cool to be able to talk. What you guys are doing, I think, is laying down the first version of history, which is really, really important because, in this day and age, people don't write, people don't, everything's in PowerPoint presentations. So what you guys are doing by having dumbasses like me come in and like ramble for quite a while, I really applaud you, man. And
thank you for
if
it.
we could go back and like be able to interview people from like the OSS or the
Right.
Revolutionary War, like it's important, right? Because it's important to capture history when we have the technology to do it.
Well, just think about it. Yeah, and this is a different venue where you're hitting up. We're at episode
205.
205. Like, probably how many memoirs were done from Vietnam War? Probably a couple hundred.
Yeah.
But you guys are hitting this great cross section. I think it's really, really important.
Thanks, man.
And you get, hey, man, I told you. My buddies were like, "Oh my gosh!" So thanks for having me.
Well, I also appreciate your patience and like going way late with us tonight in order to go through the entire book.
We
and
went an
everything
hour
else.
past. We have two more questions that came up. So Dan Deppen, thank you very much. What would happen if you told the truth about getting the alien briefing, the UFO briefing?
I wouldn't make it home.
MIBs would get them.
I know, man.
Exactly.
Hey, up here in Brooklyn, there's a lot of stuff going on.
A lot of weird
The
stuff.
MIBs are out
It's a lot
here.
of weird stuff.
It's late and it's a 5-hour drive for you. So who knows
A
what
lot could
happened?
happen.
Yeah.
Like, wow, this vehicle disappeared. I last saw him going over the Delaware Memorial Bridge.
Yeah.
Poof.
Yeah. Yeah. Ian Hutchinson, thanks, buddy. What does Chris think a giraffe sells for on the black market?
That's an inside joke. But
Oh,
take a
A
guess.
giraffe on the black market. If you were to buy a giraffe,
I got to get on Chat GPT. Where's my phone?
Where the official word I got was $36,000.
was that what JP Patton told us?
Yeah.
Was it 36?
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah,
Oh, I
because-
thought this was like some riddle, and
No,
I
no.
suck at riddles, man.
No.
It was some fraud investigation.
It was a fraud
A
investigation.
friend of mine got involved in.
They like rolled up this dude, I think Texas, who had like a private farm and then had to sell off
Private
his
zoo.
assets. A private zoo and had to sell off his assets.
Oh my gosh.
And so a giraffe was like 36,000 or something like that. Wow, thank you so much.
Is this a Secretary of Defense coin?
I
Man
ordered
in the
a
arena.
bunch to give away on my last day, and you know when they got delivered? 4 months later.
Thank you, Chris.
And I was like,
That's
what
awesome.
am I going to do with these now? I'm going to be the old guy, like, oh, here's a coin, but I got to get rid of 300 of them.
This
so.
is it. We got to get those like one of those wooden
protect it.
one of those wooden pyramid things that you put all the coins in.
The shadow box.
What
Yeah,
I
we
tell
have so
everybody
much of
is,
them.
if you can sell it for $3.50 on eBay, do it.
Dude, I would never do that.
But you can see, hey, I got Bill Belichick in there in the arena. You know, that's
Yeah.
not Bill Belichick.
That's super
That's
cool.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah.
But Bill Belichick, do your job.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah, I know it's
amazing.
lame, but
No,
you
it's
know,
cool.
I want
No.
this little something for you guys.
No.
Sell them.
Again, man, thank you for your
No,
patience with
never.
us and going through all this for like.
I hope I didn't let you down, man.
No, it was awesome. It was like
D, did I let him down?
Nah, it's money.
It was like 4 hours. We covered it all, man. I mean, we covered the wave tops of it, but we covered all of the wave tops. We could talk for another 4 hours. Yeah. So guys, next what is it? Monday, May 1st. Gary Nosner, FBI hostage negotiator, will be on the show.
Man, that's gonna be awesome.
We got that coming up, and that's it.
Oh,
man.
hey, final thing.
Yeah.
So my family doesn't care about anything I do, and your graphic. When I said, "Hey, I got to go to New York City," unexpectedly, and my wife's like, "What?" And I showed her the graphic. She's like, "This is so cool."
That's
D,
D.
is that you?
Yeah.
That's D.
All right, man. And my wife's like, get out of here. Get up there and talk to the fellas. So really good work. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Thanks for doing it, man.
That's deep. But thank you, Chris. Honestly, it's been amazing. And I feel like we could do a whole nother 4-hour show with you. Like
Nobody can put up with me.
anytime.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if you have something new you want to plug, a new venture, let us know. We'll plug it for you. We're on your side.
I'm sober, man. We are just really lucky to live in this great country. And I
Yeah.
got, man, it gets dark at times, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
You're like, oh, man. And I'll tell you what, you know, you kind of like, why would you basically do such a stupid job? And that job was horrendous. But when you got out, dude, when you got out and you saw the people that are serving this country, man, it was just so motivating. You're like,
Yeah.
this is why we take on these tough
Yeah.
jobs, because we are so fortunate still that we have people that are willing to
Yeah.
like, volunteer and serve, man. And you guys did it. So I got a lot of hope in this next generation.
Well,
we got to clean out some dead wood, my friends.
But I do too. Like so when I was in Ranger Battalion, this pre-GWOT, and I don't remember if I was at Ranger School or where, but we had some news crew come out, like talk to us, and they're like, "Do you think this Gen X, right? Do you think Gen X, the greatest, compared to the greatest generation?" I'm like, yeah, I think Gen X can live up to, like, you just have to put it in front of them. I feel the same way about Gen Z. People talk shit about millennials all the time, but millennials, like, carried the bulk of the GWOT.
Yeah.
Like, there will always be people that answer that call, I think.
True. I'm with you.
True.
I'm with you. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No, thank you, Chris.
it's like you guys motivated me. I needed it,
Yeah.
because you do kind of like get. Sometimes you just watch the news and you just see the social media and you're like, man,
Yeah.
you get a little down at times.
Yeah.
And then, but man, when you get out there and see those people and you're like, they don't give a crap about any of that woke stuff. It's just so amazing, and they're like,
They're
want
in
to
it.
do their absolute
They're in
best.
it. Yeah.
So many good folks out there doing
And
their
that's
job
the thing
every
is
day.
like social media and stuff, like it amplifies the voice, like the extremes,
Yeah.
right? But it doesn't cover that. Like most Americans aren't on Twitter. They're not using it.
That's
Like,
why
it's-
I'm glad we can do this show where
Yeah.
we interview all these people who did like amazing things, but like people get to see them as like a person.
Yeah.
Like, this is an actual person behind
And
all
I
that.
can't believe I'm on your
and
show.
you're a person who did amazing things.
Just
Shut
doing
up,
my,
man.
just doing my
No,
job,
you're-
man.
no, it's
Come on,
great.
man. Just doing.
But that's what everybody did. Everybody just did their, whether they're McVie Sog or an analyst in Libya. Like everybody just did their job. But that's where history happens, is with people doing their job.
D's giving us the hook.
Yeah.
D's like, man, I got to work again tomorrow, and you
No,
guys just keep
it's
blabbering.
no. You've been very generous with your time, Chris. So we'll wrap it up.
4 hours, exactly.
We'll wrap it up here. We'll call it a night. Thank you everyone for watching the show, and we will